Conference. Philosophy Club. I would like to thank you all so much for coming today and your patience. We are so excited to have the opportunity to host this conference. Today we will be hearing from 9 ASU students who will be sharing their papers that they have written on various philosophical topics. At 2 p.m. we're going to be hearing from Professor Burge from UCLA for his keynote address. Before we get started, I want to thank Shippers, USG, and the Philosophy Department for making this conference possible. I would like to now invite Peter Green to begin his presentation on his paper titled, I Don't Believe in the Freedom of Deception. Peter will be joining us via Zoom today. Everything goes according to plan, it should come up.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Peter,
yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm here. I'm here.
It was taking a while.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Perfect. Thank you, Peter. You can start whenever you are ready.
Good morning. This paper entitled, I Don't Believe in the Freedom of Deception, is based upon the notion that I will be arguing when a public statement is made by an individual or organizations, it should be made with the proviso that the statement be backed up by either evidence, justification,
Do you want to go and like zoom on your phone and see if you can hear him down there? And like it's just
or the reasons why the statement is true.
Oh wait, how about from this?
Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah. Here, my Wi-Fi keeps cutting.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Did he? Well, he didn't like put it in presentation. So...
No one's hearing me.
No, those pictures were.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. I'm going to start from the beginning then, if you don't mind. My presentation will be arguing when a public statement is made by an individual or organizations, it should be made with the proviso that the statement be backed up by either evidence, justification, or reasons why the statement is true. If the originator cannot back up the statement when challenged, then there is no reason to make the statement, and this particular statement is then viewed as false. Premise one is doing X, making an assertion without having a justification for its truth has bad consequences in terms of personal health and the stealing of time. These consequences are unintended adverse negative effects on people's mental and physical health while simultaneously misappropriating precious time for tending to inconvenient burdens related to the falsehood. When a lie is made, it takes seconds to make that lie. But as we've witnessed, that lie, its baleful effects linger for days, weeks, months, and years. And as a society, it's immoral to have that consideration. It is, as citizens, as constituents, or clients of our elected representatives, and we are clients, we are being disserved. And in the case of just yesterday, the last couple of days, the wife of a Supreme Court justice will likely be under investigation for acting in concert with the former chief of staff on wanting to overturn the election results. So here we have a powerful spouse acting on this lie, and we just found out about it this week. So this is nearly a year and a quarter going in after this insurrection, and the kernel of the lie was started with Trump on September 23rd, 2020, when he said, when asked by the premise 2 states that if one does X and X has bad consequences, then X should not be done. My argument is that if politicians lie, it should not be done in the first place. It should not be done because lives in and out of the political process are altered unfavorably. The country, at no fault of its own, is weakened and time is wasted as well. The conclusion is that the freedom to make unverified statements publicly is immoral. Making false statements is immoral because in the worst case scenario, people's lives can end. As we saw, 5 deaths on January 16th, January 6, 2021. Less severe, governments can lose focus, as we've been witnessing in Washington since November 2020. And departments can turn on one another. The Attorney General Barr lying for Trump, defending Trump, makes the Department of Justice look weak. Individuals can potentially go to jail based on the lie. 300 or so insurrectionists went to jail because of a lie. As a result of that, their family's income is cut. That's stressful. Wives have to work perhaps a second job. It's difficulty taking this, it could be difficult taking the children to school, picking them up from play dates. Time is further constricted based upon the fact that a breadwinner, in quotation marks, is no longer present. Least severe is the constituents are deceived and ill health can ensue. Essentially, stress associated with a lie is just, it is so concentrated, and the effects are not equal in time as when the lie was told. Again, a conference with Brian Karem when he was interviewed at the White House, where that lie germinated, took a minute. But a year plus is wasted on dismantling the line, going through investigation through the January 6th committee. So it's highly immoral that people's lives are altered based upon a falsity. So in a thought experiment in which I did, I devised the fact that all weathermen in the country said that it was going to be sunny the following day, 85 to 90 degrees, depending upon where you lived in the lower 48 states. But the weathermen intentionally knew that that wasn't the case. And they all knew that it was actually going to snow and it was going to be a blizzard the following day. So people went to the office or people went to the beach, and lo and behold, it snowed. And so when certain people went to the office, they were stuck at the office. A woman who was a secretary who was pregnant for the first time was completely stressed out. She didn't know what to do. She couldn't leave the office. And she was actually going to give birth. And there was no one there in the office to help her give birth. That was stressful for her. A man who decided to leave the office and be brave enough in his own mind to take the snow out of his tires so he could go back to his family, unintentionally got in a highway accident. And it resulted in a 5-car crash, and one individual was killed. So that's tragic. And this is something similar to what happened in January 6th. So the burden placed upon this man, he didn't have a car. He has to take time now to deal with lawyer fees. He has to take time now for getting a car or starting an Uber account so he can get to work. These are very stressful situations. And as a result of this, if I look at this even further, here we have the GOP leader in the House. This is February 9th, 2022. And look how he acts in relationship to the big lie that was told over almost a year and a half ago. In other words, he's almost running amok when faced with these allegations. In another case, a woman, a congresswoman, Sarah Cooper, was in the January 6th Capitol building, and based upon a lie, which she took no part in, and she was there only a couple of weeks. And look at her thoughts. So I apologize. I set that up incorrectly. I apologize. Essentially, the fact that she had to put on a gas mask based upon a lie is tragic. It really is tragic. So what I propose is, for politicians, if you say something that's not true and you are challenged, you, as a result of that, and it's proven that it's false because you can't prove it that it's true, so it is false. Because if you make a statement, you should be making a statement that is truthful, because you're doing well for your constituents. You're telling them the truth. You're telling them, you're not deceiving them. So I apply the 3 strike and you're out rule. So if a politician says a lie that affects all of his constituents, if it's affecting his constituents and it's proven that it's a lie, the first time he loses votes from the prior election. If he does it again, he loses a greater percentage of votes. And then the third time, he, in effect, loses enough votes that he loses the election. And he has to forfeit his seat. And the reason why I propose that is because you're there to serve. And politicians need to be weeded out. The only way that they're weeded out, it seems, is if it's done through by themselves, self-inflicted, whether it be insider trading, murder, or some other aspect. But the only time that they can lose their seat is if in the upcoming election they lose. I don't think that's right, because if you're lying, if you're deflecting, if you're denying your constituents by not telling the truth, you have a responsibility and accountability to do so. And if you're not doing it, you should be weeded out. And it's similar, what I would propose, for example, in a high profile money management case or money manager case, if you lie once, you lose your third best client. If you do it again, you lose your second best. And if you lose third time, you lose your best client. So in effect, you're going to be weeded out of the industry, because a money manager's best client is his bread and butter. And if he loses that, he's probably going to find a new job. So I think something has to be done about lying or premeditated deception, because there's no accountability attached to it at this time. And we need to weed out people who are poor at their job. And we need good people to come to work in Washington. And there are certain good politicians. So if I don't know what my time is allotted, but how many minutes do I have, please? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Wrap it up?
Echo.
Sorry. So in addition to that, I suggest.
I can't hear him, but he can hear us.
Peter, yeah, if you just, I don't know if you could hear us, but if you could just start wrapping up, just because we're a little short on time because of our technological issues.
Okay.
But yeah, any final thoughts, that would be great.
Okay, my final thought is I want to advocate the 4 C's, is what I call them, is for politicians. It is a code of ethics. It's just not enough to have a allegiance to the Constitution. You need to have a code of ethics that you will act beneficially to your constituents in both the long and short term. That you will do what's in their best interest, not what's in the best interest for you. That you will collaborate with other Congress people or senators. You will compromise. You will have an instinct to compromise, not an instinct to deny, deflect, or to self-promote. And you will take corrective measures based upon your collaborative efforts. Additionally, you will be required to have a psychological evaluation upon the announcement of one's candidacy. And that's it. I could go into the objections, but I think we're pressed for time. So all I can just say is politicians need accountability, and they need to stop wasting people's time, and they need to ensure people's health by acting morally and in the best interest of their clients or their constituents. Thank you.
We need to get his presentation up.
Okay, I'll let you do that on that.
No, we're gonna. I kind of need to like look at my slides.
Oh, okay.
I didn't want to just like read my script. Oh, you're on. Thank you. Hello. Ooh, I like it. Thank you guys all for coming.
Yeah, thank you for presenting.
You like set of students were putting on their first conference like by themselves. So congrats to them. And thank you, Mom and Dad. And thank band. Okay, cool. So I wrote an essay on free will. I titled it Practicality and Risk. I personally found my paper in some ways to be a bit convoluted. It also draws into a lot of different, just a lot of different subfields of philosophy. A little bit of propositional logic in the field of counterfactuals, some libertarian philosophy, some epistemology. And I was like, you know what? It's gonna be kind of messy if I just like read it. And also in philosophers being so perfectionist, I just would see the problems with my papers that my colleagues pointed out, and I was like, I don't like this. But shout out to graduate student Sam Thomas and Professor Bernard Kobus for reading my papers. Super cool of them. Okay, so let's begin. Next slide. Right now.
My
Next
bad.
slide. Why did that one come up? I would think when I was like previewing it, it would like come up after. I was like, okay, it's a big deal, right? But so, okay. So my paper hones in on a specific topic in free will called libertarianism. So what's libertarianism? It's not to be confused with libertarian politics. We're not talking about the Constitution and John Locke, none of that. Take all that away. Okay. So libertarianism is the view that free will and determinism are incompatible, right? So are you guys a little bit familiar with determinism? Determinism is the view that given the complete path, that you could somehow analyze all of its causal complexity in every kind of contribution, leading up to some moment, right? Let's say a person is about to make a decision. There is a determinate value that if you could somehow track all of those vectors, right? All those forces, whatever, you can kind of deal with a specific situation, right? So if you guys ever met someone that's like, I don't believe in free will because like, given maybe your neuroscientific complexity or like the way you were raised, like you had to do X or Y, right? So they were basically saying that free will doesn't exist because of determinism. Given the past, there was only one future that was possible, right? So libertarians deny that determinism is true, okay? And they believe that to be free, right, that there are some instances which, given the entire path, and maybe this isn't even every instance, but there are just some instances, right, given the entire path, everything leading up to that, the physical constants of the universe, right, chemical forces, blah, blah, blah. The instance is open to at least two futures, and only one of those futures will in fact follow. So furthermore, when a person arrives at an instance like this, they're able to make a decision that's exhausted by the relevant desires and beliefs, and that shapes the future accordingly, right? So they come, so if let's say you've arrived at a coffee shop and you are actually able to make a decision, right? There's things about them that we understand aren't to their control, right? They didn't decide the coffee shop to be. They didn't decide to be thirsty. They didn't decide that this is what their options will be, but nonetheless, they come across it, and if it's a free event, they get to settle that decision on either maybe a cappuccino or a latte, but it's not that given the forces they had to do one or the other, right? Cool, let's get over. Next slide.
Sorry.
Okay, so here's a common libertarian situation, right? Because philosophers, right, and this is where kind of like the semantic part of my paper comes in, is that these philosophers, you know, the experts of the field, they come up with accounts, right? What's an account? And it's an explanation of what something is, right? So if you ask a philosopher, what's a soccer game? They're going to be like, a soccer game consists of 11 players, it has 2 nets, there's 90 minutes on the clock, blah, blah, blah. And those rules better be strict enough that it doesn't conflate it with another situation, right? So let's say you took their rules and you were like, I noticed these rules also qualify to describe a baseball game. That'd be a counter example, because a baseball game is not a soccer game, right? So we have some intuitive appeal, right? We kind of have some general idea of like, okay, yeah, this is what that is. And philosophers should work to kind of answer intuition. I mean, sometimes we are false, and philosophers are obviously bringing things to stun our perspectives and teach us new things and blah, blah, blah. But for the most part, you know, things should be consistent, right? So here's a very common situation that they would propose. This one actually is a paraphrase of a philosopher named Peter Van Inwagen's situation. He's very important in literature, big deal guy, right? So he says in his thought experiment, a thief is deliberating about stealing money from a local church. He has reasons to steal it, right? He needs the money, he knows he won't get caught, right? These are all factors that play into his desires and his beliefs. He has reasons to refrain, right? He knows the church uses that money well, they feed the poor. He promised his mother on her deathbed he would live a morally good life. That's weighing on it. He's like, oh, I don't want to do something bad. So he's torn, right? That's kind of a pretty important feature. He's torn, right? So this kind of opens up the deliberation. It's not an easy decision for him. He's kind of like, right? He's weighed by it. Ultimately, he steals, right? Is that what I said? Yeah, he steals the box. Meaning, given the entire path and the laws of nature, the present was open to him to decide to refrain, right? So he could have, if we were to hold him guilty, right? If let's say your friend stole your phone, and then you find out, like, dude, I actually was literally possessed by a demon, and they prove that to you. You wouldn't be like, oh, well, it's still your fault. You'd be like, okay, I get it, right? So the libertarian wants to say, since he stole the box, if this was a free situation, he really could have not, done it, right? And his decision is exhausted by his desires and his beliefs, even though they're coupled with like the laws of physics, right? All those forces leading up to it, being born, the entire birth of reality, right? All of that contributes. Next slide. Now, so that's it, right? So what's the problem? What's the problem with this kind of situation? Why am I irked by it? Okay. Well, these sorts of thought experiments not only ignore that actions creates other chance events, right? So those are events that can go X or Y, but not both, and many times are unpredictable. But we're isolating down to the choice so finely, the other sequential events of the action are not seriously relevant with regards to like the reasoning behind the person's decision, which is not the case for many decisions. So what do I mean by that? What do I mean exactly by that? Okay, next slide. So let's talk about what I describe as foreseeable consequences, which this was one of the reasons I didn't want to read my paper. I didn't really like my terminology, but let's talk about, right? Foreseeable consequences are highly predictable and many times involve pros and cons. Where a person will have like both positive and negative attitudes towards like, their decision, right? So here's an example. An example would be giving a cashier $5 to get a coffee. You understand giving up $5 gets you a coffee. You also understand that if you give up $5, you have less money, right? So there's some cons, right? And usually people aren't very torn about what coffee to decide, but I want to ask you guys a question. Do you guys think my coffee situation is at least similar enough to deciding to steal a box? Can you guys see the ways in which it's like deciding to steal a box? Yes? No? If you guys said no, I would actually continue. But it would really suck. You guys would be like, this is wrong. But okay, let's move on. So back to my last point, right? I was talking about these sequential events, and I said these situations, they don't take into account sequential events. I have a problem with the libertarian, right? And they're like, okay, so why is that, right? In my paper, I make a distinction between foreseeable consequences and unforeseeable consequences, and it's not great. Okay, so here's a rule, right? Because I literally actually had like a page and a half describing this, and I was like, I could have just introduced this rule, right? But I couldn't like postulate it when I wrote the paper. Anyway, so this is my rule that I want you guys to follow. If a consequence is highly likely to occur shortly after a given action, and is highly unlikely to occur a few moments after refraining, then the consequence is a foreseeable consequence. That's actually not a perfect rule, but it gets what I want, like at least 80% of the way. The next rule is a little bit stronger. If a consequence may occur at a later time that is not in the immediate future, the consequence is unforeseeable, right? So let me give an example of highly likely to occur, right? Like if I give a cashier $5, it's highly likely that I'm going to get the coffee, right? That's part of my purchase. Now, applause might raise. It's possible you don't give her $5 and you still end up with the coffee. Yeah, but I think that's kind of unlikely, right? You walk into a coffee shop. What's the chance that someone just gives you a coffee for no reason? I don't know. Maybe there's some chance, not very high. What's the chance you get a coffee upon purchasing? Pretty highly likely. And even then, there's a chance you don't. I mean, suppose you are about to pay, and then the worker is like, wow, I hate this job. She looks at her boss, she says, I hate you, and she walks away. You're not getting your coffee, at least not from her. Like, it didn't work out, right? And suppose, like, you decided not to pay the cashier. What's the chance that you still would have lost some money, like, a few moments after, refraining from your purchase? Maybe if someone robbed you. But other than that, most likely, you don't spend your money, it's going to stay in your pocket, right? Now, if a consequence may occur at a later time that is not in the immediate future, that consequence is unforeseeable. Now it's like, okay, we seem to be kind of drifting from what we consider a decision situation. Keep in mind, of the predictable consequences, philosophers go crazy. Like they eat that stuff up in the literature. Derek Paraboom, that both of them, Timothy O'Connor, Christopher Frank, like these guys, they tackle those situations. They introduce thought experiments like, what if there's demons tricking you and blah, blah, blah. And like there's a Newcomb problem. It's like, what if I have a box and there's a predictor? And he's like, you want some money? And blah, blah. There's all these like crazy thought experiments you don't really know about. But they really emphasize these situations that I think are at the end of the road. Like, upon your rationality, you've come to a decision. And that decision is kind of like, how do you want to maximize your utility, right? Like, do you want more coffee? Do you want to keep your money? Sort of as a thing. Go to the next slide. Okay, so let me give an example of what I call unforeseeable consequences of sequential events. You choose to bring an umbrella on a semi-cloudy day. There's the risk of needing an umbrella and not having one, right? It's just cloudy, it's not raining yet. But it also might not rain at all, to which you didn't have to drag an umbrella. Next example. You buy in for $5,000 at a poker table, right? You make that decision to do that. So you understand you may walk away with more money, or you walk away with $5,000 or even less. Next slide. How about this one? You buy and then use a drug you got from someone who's pretty accessible. If you do that, you take on the risk of going on a short drug binge for the next month, or even worse. Next example. You guys see a pattern on my thing? Right? Notice these examples vary in scope of timeline of which part of the future they take seriously, right? And also my examples take seriously how an action interacts with another force that's further in the timeline than the point in which your decision is made. Rather than, oh, I'm picking a coffee right now. When you pick an umbrella, you tell yourself, I'm going to be outside for 2 hours. At that later time, will it rain? I don't like carrying an umbrella around. I feel like it's going to rain, right? So you're making a decision that aims at the future, right? But I have more examples next slide. So here's more detailed examples that I want you to consider given our understanding. Like, okay, so now we notice this pattern. Let's take that into consideration, right? You can make a decision that aims in the future. So think about this. When you buy a lottery ticket, it's understood that you might win or you might lose. If you knew exactly what the lottery ticket will show, then you're not buying a gamble, you're making an ordinary purchase. Right now, it's just like, oh, I'm buying a ticket that says I'm going to get $20. Next slide. How about this? This one is a little more causally complex. We might say with the lottery ticket situation, the numbers are already decided. And you're either going to get them or you don't. That's also what makes the Powerball get more and more expensive, right? Because people keep buying tickets, so the pool gets larger, but then people aren't solving it, right? That's why sometimes you'll see on the news, the Powerball is really high right now. It's because no one has gotten the right numbers which already exist, right? So you're just trying to get that correct. But suppose you place your name in a raffle and your name is drawn. Your placing the name doesn't cause you to win. You so easily might have lost, right? We could like just go went another way. But had you not placed your name in the drawing, there's no chance you would have won. So see, now I'm trying to get you guys to consider how your action making can almost like be invested into the future, right? We can think about how far your decision is aiming to act. And that's a different kind of choice than just like, are you going to pick the box or not? Are you going to steal money or not? Are you going to buy a coffee? Next slide. This last one, right? I really like this example, right? Here's a big decision, okay? You're a politician and you're implementing a tax reform bill. Your hope is that the bill will help cushion the economic disparities that lower income Phoenix residents will face within the next 5 years, right? That's your pitch. You have reason to believe that the bill won't seriously negatively hinder the next 5 years any more than the 5 years will already be bad, right? Things are probably already screwed. We want to make a decision. But policy may screw things up more. I mean, it's possible it's just a bad policy, right? But you're betting it won't. You're like no. I'm deciding like this is going to be a really good idea, and that's really compelling. Like I find these factors of future investments very compelling. Let me actually make it a little personal because I don't know, that's cheesy. It helps with making a philosophical argument. I have a really bad hip that I injured from a car accident, and my surgeon proposed a question to me. My hip is actually recovering very well, better than expected. Because it's in a better state than expected, he proposed to me that I could get another surgery, a surgery that might improve my hip even more, but also might make things a little bit worse. So I asked my surgeon, you really think I should do this? And he was like, it's up to you to walk away from the poker table, right? When do you choose to walk away, right? And that's a very important decision to make. That's not like a mere moral circumstance where it's like, am I going to disappoint my mother or am I not, right? It's like, like, what do I believe about the future chances of things, right? And those variables aren't weighing on me. Like, practically they are. I'm thinking to myself, my surgeon is a good surgeon. He is. He's actually nationally renowned. He's one of the best orthopedic surgeons in the Southwest. Okay. I also think I have really good bone structure. What makes it say that? The fact that I got to this point in my recovery that was better than expected. Right? These things will weigh on my mind. Right? How do they kind of chime in? What's the next slide? Okay, cool. So now that we've talked a bunch about reality, we talked about the ways choices are, here's the gist of the argument in my paper, right? People will likely make decisions with various risks of unforeseeable consequences, as I've defined. You can derive propositions that capture the likelihood of various future states of affairs, right? Like if, suppose you ask someone like, what's the probability that picking up that cup of coffee will kill the president? Well, that's highly unlikely. You might say, well, that's obviously unlikely, right? So maybe that's a more obvious decision that doesn't really affect you, but there's still other probabilities that do kind of like affect your decision making. Maybe you really want a coffee, right? But you also think coffee makes me kind of jittery, and then I really hate that feeling. But you also think I'm really tired. Maybe I should do this, right? And those kinds of risks, I think, are what really weigh on our minds on like what decisions should we make, right? So which unforeseeable consequences we estimate as being more likely, along with which unforeseeable consequences we have good reason to believe are more likely, right? So those are going to be our hypothetical truths, compel our actions greatly. These beliefs show what facts we're taking seriously, what risks we're more intimidated by, and the reasons that motivate our belief that we'll act successfully. I want to do this drug. I think it'll be pleasant. Someone tells you, you might go on a drug binge. You say, I'm stronger than that, right? That motivates you believing you'll be successful with your action. You don't believe the next action is going to tear your life apart. You think, okay, it's going to make my life really pleasant, right? Okay, next slide. No, sorry, go back.
Oh, okay, sorry.
The propositions that capture these probabilities are called counterfactual, which given the introduction of more variables as time passes, I personally do believe are a set of propositions that are changing over time. I would like to state 4 is pretty actually highly controversial in the literature. I wrote this paper after reading a paper by a guy named David Lewis called Time, Zero, and Counterfactual Dependence. And I actually got in a debate with my professor about what kinds of propositions can change in truth value. So maybe philosophers don't completely agree with that. But I think a lot of philosophers can grant to me that a probability is inductive, right? It's inductive in that there's certain facts that induce the consequence of a probability, right? You go to shake someone's hand. That's a good thing, right? You think to yourself, oh, this is generally a good thing. So it's likely that this next interaction is going to be a good one, right? But then suppose you go walk up to them and you actually didn't notice they don't have hands. Well, now you kind of fell into an awkward moment. But suppose prior to you doing that, you actually saw, oh wait, they don't have hands. So now it's more likely the case that it might be kind of rude or awkward for you to ask a person no hands for a handshake, right? So I think we can agree that probabilities are inductive, right? And as facts arise, right? For especially if these libertarians want to talk about the entire past and the causal history is always changing, right? So I personally, what I took away from David Lewis's paper on Time, Zero is that the true set of counterfactuals that captures what the consequences of certain actions are is kind of always changing over time, right? That's what I took to mean in the whole like time arrow thing, right? So, okay, if that is the case, then a person can't have complete knowledge of all the unforeseeable consequences. Because 1, we don't have the cognitive capacity to like consider every variable. But 2, the probabilities are changing very quickly, which means the facts are changing very quickly. So it's not just due to my cognitive capacity, like those facts just don't exist that I'm trying to use in my evaluation, right? And the last line, and I can't really see it, but it says, therefore, what does it say? A person can't have complete knowledge of all unforeseeable consequences, right? You can't have complete knowledge of all the risks, which unlike in the situation with stealing the box, I mean, we could say things like, the box says $500. You don't know exactly how $500 will change your life. Yeah, that's not really real. Like for the most part, it's like, okay, like the world, assuming the world's going to remain the way it is, money is pretty useful in this world. Okay, you have your reasons for stealing the money. Yeah, right? Is it rational or not? Based on what factors? How unlikely is it that you will get caught? If it's highly unlikely, I mean, maybe you're reasonably compelled to want to steal it, right? But what I'm talking about kind of addresses the future in a way in which we just don't understand. So I do think my conclusion holds that a person can't have complete knowledge of all the unforeseeable consequences of the decision they want to make, right? So we learned that. Why is that important to me? Why am I taking on libertarian? Next slide. So this is what I think, like the bigger picture of my paper is trying to demonstrate, right? We hold that to be true, right? Libertarians claim that that a situation that is open to a person to decide X or Y, where they can't do both, the person's contribution to either decision is exhausted by his possessing the relevant set of desires and beliefs, coupled with the laws of physics and the entire path. But as I stated in my last argument, if a person can't have complete knowledge of all unforeseeable consequences, and those compel us greatly, then a person can't have the most relevant set of beliefs with regard to their decision, right? Because there's too much factors that may be relevant. I mean, maybe it's the case that it's just not very rational to take like risks, but that's kind of tough because a lot of ordinary decisions involve risk. So I kind of find that intuitive, right? But so yeah, so I conclude at 9 I say, therefore a person can't have the most relevant set of beliefs. And the libertarian might just say, we don't need the most relevant set of beliefs by Marx standards, even though these apply to so many decisions we make, right? So many decisions we make, I'm trying to make the case that we don't really understand what that decision is doing. Versus a decision like stealing money, you really understand what that's doing for you, right? So if the libertarian wants to dismiss me and say, oh, Marx standards, way too high, unreasonable. You can't, no, Marx isn't a fair philosopher. Then this is the question I raise. What's the minimally sufficient relevant beliefs and why are those relevant beliefs? And do decisions of unforeseeable consequences, as I've described, meet the criteria of what the libertarian believes are the minimally sufficient relevant beliefs? Because if not, then they aren't free, which would be highly unintuitive. Because we hold each other responsible for implementing a tax reform bill. We hold each other responsible for the kinds of risks we take. And maybe that might be down to facts of like recklessness and like you shouldn't behave recklessly, but it's not reckless to implement a tax reform bill. That's very serious. Like you're trying to fix things. So that's kind of my bigger aim, right? It's just to kind of address that to libertarian. And I'm looking at them like, you guys are the experts. Peter Van Inwagen and Derek Fairwood, like you guys are brilliant. They are paid so well to literally do nothing but think. That's the world. But so they should answer these things. But I just noticed in the literature, it's not like we kind of have moved the scope around to like the actual choice so much. It really doesn't take into the consideration of these factors. And I just find that, mundane. Like if our accounts of free will just apply to things like, can you pick a cup of coffee? Like, can you choose to get married, right? Can you choose to kill someone, right? And those are morally relevant, but it's like, we decide a lot of actions that open other doors. I mean, it's one thing to decide like, if you're going to marry someone, it's another thing to decide if you're going to tell someone you love them, right? Like, have you ever been so nervous to tell someone you love them? That's going to open other doors. You don't know how she's going to react or how they're going to react. So I find thinking about what I call in my paper the backdoor consequences of an action. How do those weigh in on our cognition, and how do those factors actually compel our decision making? Something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark. That was the job. I'm now going to invite Jacqueline to begin her presentation on her paper. Jacqueline, do you want this one?
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
So my paper is called The Morality of War, as seen by Demuzio, Freeland, and Crane. And as I was preparing for this, I was thinking it's very ironic that these horror movies, they don't scare me. The blood and the gore don't faze me at all. Like the sublime, supernatural, like none of that bothers me. But getting up here and telling you all about it is very scary to me. So bear with me. But I digress. So for my paper, I feel that the purpose of this is to consider the different ethical implications of common media. So we have so much media in today's world. We books, all these things that influence us on a daily basis. And I think it's super worthwhile to examine how moral different forms of these entertainment are. So in the film industry, there is a diverse spectrum of genres, and people find moral value in a variety of different types of movies. But when we consider the horror genre, some people argue that these films should not be considered to have moral value or deeper subtext at all. So for example, some people might struggle to find any redeeming moral aspects in the film Blood Feast. I'm not sure if you've seen the film Blood Feast, but from the title, I'm sure you can infer beast and blood, you're all intelligent people, I'm sure. So this movie has a sparse plot and little to no insightful message, and it seems that the primary purpose of this film is to display grotesque scenes of violence and destruction, which, it has its worth. So when we consider this movie further, we might reach the conclusion, and that might be a reasonable conclusion, that this requires more justification than just being entertaining. So Gianluca Demuzio, he wrote a paper, The Immorality of Horror Films, and so he uses this analogy between child torture and Nazi cruelty films on one side of the spectrum, and then regular horror films, Blood Feast, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, all the classics. And he realized that one of the only purposes of these films is to produce in vivid detail strong emotions in an audience. So he also knows that their content relies on simulating human suffering as realistically as possible. They couldn't walk from that. So his analogy, his main argument, is that Nazi cruelty and child torture films seek to portray human suffering in a realistic fashion. And these films are wrong to produce and view. And so along the same line of thinking, Horror Fest and your everyday horror films, they also seek to portray human suffering in a very realistic fashion. And so because these all share the same significant characteristic, they should all be considered wrong to produce and view. So while he does believe that they should be in the same category as, so you have Nazi cruelty and child torture films, and he groups your everyday Horror Fest film with those two types of films. So he does address possible counter arguments, which we can respect that, So the first idea that he addresses is that these types of films are similar in that they portray a historical act that actually took place, while regular horror films are works of fiction. And while I can see his point, I do argue that many horror films are modeled after real events, and most of what we see in fiction has to have a real basis in some case. So, for example, slasher and gore films depict the actions of serial killers, and serial killers are legitimate people, unfortunately, who generally do inflict a great deal of pain and suffering. Thus, he concludes there is not a relevant difference between the truth value of Nazi cruelty and horror films. However, we could argue that there is a relevant difference in the historical value, as a genocide is much different than a serial killer and things of the matter. He also analyzes a few of the possible reactions that viewers can have while watching horror. So the main three reactions that he discusses are: 1, you sympathize with the victims; you detach from emotion as 2; and 3, you root for the murderer, which is an interesting take, but it's one that people have. When spectators sympathize with the victim, it can become so stressful that the spectator is actually putting themselves at risk. And according to Demuzio, intentionally harming oneself or putting oneself in harm's way intentionally is wrong or morally wrong. Second, a viewer detaching from emotion is also wrong, because if you just focus on a film's aesthetics and you don't take into account the violence, that poses a problem as well, right? Demuzio even argues that if a person's fiance were to just focus on the cinematic aspects of a child torture film instead of the emotion, the person's fiance would be like, oh, maybe I don't want to take things any further with you. This is a little questionable. Lastly, he also explains that rooting for the murderer is probably wrong. Though this is commonly accepted, I think we tend to come on, get them, we tend to root for things that we shouldn't, perhaps. It also seems wrong to root for the murderer, and he considers this and points that out as well. compassion is a necessary part of living a moral life. And if one lives a moral life, then you have to have compassion. So the things that limit our compassion are limiting our ability to live a moral life. So he thinks that horror films desensitize us to having as much compassion as we can have. And so anything that we watch or produce or distribute or view that limits our compassion in gay horror movies would limit our ability to live a moral life and would be bad. So after presenting all of these, the first opinion he exposes is the argument that horror films, like other films, can have a subtext and have value to it. But he rejects this, and he doesn't think that horror films can have subtext or value, saying that through a film, though a film can make eloquent philosophical, I'm a philosophy major, I can't even say that word, wow, and sociological contributions, this does not necessarily make it morally justifiable. And he also points out that there are many ways to get a message across, especially ones that do not involve violently portraying death and suffering. The second opinion he evaluates is the idea that horror films teach people about lesser known aspects of the human experience, such as violence and death, which is true. But he argues against this again, noting that the primary function of gore-fest films is to evoke emotion. And if the filmmakers attempt to rationalize the acts of violence and death, the appeal to pathos is no longer as strong. Thus, he concludes that it cannot be that horror films make moral points or have moral value. So now we're going to move on to Freeland. So Cynthia Freeland wrote a book, The Naked and the Undead. And in chapter 8, she attempts to explain and appeal to horror films. She points out that humans take interest in evil and that this is a concept that is present in history as well. She cites the Iliad as one ancient work that people have loved for centuries, and it's a horror work in some sense. And so she considers why humans take great interest in evil, and she asserts that some movies surprisingly endorse very conservative value systems, and horror movies with over-the-top excessive visual spectacles provide certain aesthetic pleasures to devoted fans. So she tries to defend it here, and she says she also discusses the purpose and the importance of numbers in horror films. And a number is like a scene in a musical or like a song or something that helps to advance the plot, or it's supposed to advance the plot. But Freeland describes that in horror movies, numbers either further the narrative, they evoke emotional responses, or they provide aesthetic pleasures for the audience. And so she maintains that numbers in horror films can invite viewers to consider themes of good and evil. And she also notes that the visual aspect of these numbers is important to the audience's appreciation, as it furthers the plot and it helps the storyline along. And so more specifically, she considers the effects of numbers in the first and second Texas Chainsaw Massacre films and Hellraiser, the classics. And so she contrasts Texas Chainsaw Massacre with the sequel. And in the original one, the horror is more implied than actually shown and depicted. And in the second one, it's much more gory, and they felt a little too comfortable in the first one, and so now they were taking a step out. And so she argues that in the second one, the numbers and the scenes actually enter into the ridiculous, and the atmosphere is comedic, not horrific, especially in the last half of the movie. And so she doesn't really like Texas Chainsaw Massacre because it's too ridiculous and it's not scary and the horror is not horrific enough, which is interesting. But then she moves on to Hellraiser, and she praises Hellraiser for its well-paced horror numbers. Not too many, not too little. They're well-paced, they're not ridiculous, and they help to advance the plot. And she says when there are too many graphic scenes, the movie will become comedic and border on the ridiculous. And in contrast, too few numbers will not advance the plot enough, and the movie will not make sense. So furthermore, she also points out an important aspect discussing the Nietzschean sublime. So the Nietzschean sublime is more borders on the supernatural and the combining of playful creativity and destruction, as she notes. And so in Nietzsche's work, The Birth of Tragedy, his sublime centers around creation, and he values creation just as much as destruction, which is an interesting conjunction of the two. And she argues that where this correlates with part 4 is an appreciation of the aesthetics of the word. So you have Demuzio on one hand, and he does not appreciate any of the aesthetics, and he thinks it's wrong to just look at the aesthetics of a horror work. But Freeland defends the aesthetics more, and she says there is value in appreciating an aesthetic piece of art and a good horror movie and praising the depiction of the destruction. And so though a love for horror could be perceived as indecent, perhaps it is just a love for the characterization of concepts that are difficult to define. I think as philosophers, we can all relate to that. We love to define difficult things. And she points out that in most horror movies, the good wins out over the bad. And so the moral message still remains. Lastly, we move to Crane. He wrote Scraping Bottoms, Splatter, and a personal Gordon Lewis era. And he discusses one horror film that he finds particularly wholesome. We'll move back to Blood Feast here. By the name, as I mentioned, I'm sure you can infer. So it's a Paramount horror movie that set the stage for an era of contemporary horror movies. And it's a film that a lot of people struggle to find any redeeming qualities in. And so he notes that it was an insult to even the most salacious audience. He really hates blood feast. And so he elaborates on the plot, and he doesn't think there is one actually. He refers to a threadbare narrative, and he removes any hope that one might have for redeeming moral qualities and for finding an ethical message to the film. But he goes on to propose a different answer to the question of what makes this film noteworthy. And though he is willing to give the film any other praise, he does maintain that the splatter aspect of the movie is significant. And the close-ups of grotesque flesh and bloody bodies are influential, even if they are not admirable. So he's a splatter fan in my book. In his film, Lewis does push the limits of horror and help to redefine the genre, but he ultimately does push past the limit, and he might have taken things away. So considering all three of these works, and all three of these philosophers, I personally do agree that Blood Feast poses an interesting moral question, but I do not think it is ethically wrong. And I do not agree with the reasons Demuzio cites for the immorality of horror-fest films. When he's talking about the subtexts, he maintains that there are none, but I think he considers a very small population, a very small sample of possible subtexts. He tends to lean towards the superficial ones, and I think there's always deeper subtexts, and he doesn't discuss a wide range of that, which I was watching with. And I also think it is naive to assert that horror films don't have any subtext, or to assume that they're superficial or meaningless. Moreover, he also says that just because a work has a valuable message does not mean it is morally justifiable, but if not the moral justification of a work, then what else is the point, right? So the intention or purpose of something is a significant aspect that is used when evaluating moral worth, and the underlying message or deeper meaning of a film has so much to do with its purpose and is an important factor in moral value. And I believe that having a valuable subtext is used to justify many other occurrences in our society, such as what is taught in classes, what books are published, what is broadcast in media. If you turn on the news, you often see lots of horrific things. You see like bodies and war and serial killers, school shootings. There's a lot of gory things that unfortunately do happen in our world, but especially that we portray and view on the news and the media. And the reason why we teach about these things is because there are important concepts to be learned. They are presented, but because they are justified because of their value to society. And so I believe that horror films can and do present the same value, and that we should value them because they are aesthetic and because there is a deeper subtext there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline. We are now going to move on to ACE's paper, titled Bioenhancement, Consciousness, and the Path Forward.
After a little bit.
Hello. Yeah, bioenhancement, consciousness, and the path forward. Next slide. So just to give you some background, this paper is going to be concerned talking about bioenhancement, things like limb augmentation, smart drugs, things that will like improve your cognitive ability, think of like advanced versions of Adderall, and genetic enhancement, like going into the genes of embryos, taking out, putting in genes, adding specific traits or taking away specific traits. Seems far off in the future, but it is becoming increasingly a more based in reality. There are two different types of enhancement, and according to George Bush's Council of Bioethics in 2003, there are two types of enhancement that we're going to be concerned with. One of them is therapeutic enhancement, which they define as the use of biochemical power to treat individuals with known diseases, disabilities, or impairments in an attempt to resolve them to a normal state of health and fitness. Now, in general, in the literature, while there are still lots of disagreements and objections to enhancement in any form, this is the form of enhancement which has sort of had the most leeway, the most acceptable to the most people. It's pretty apparent and straightforward to understand why this type of enhancement is appealing to people. However, there's a second type of enhancement which has had a much harder time making a case for itself, and that's direct enhancement, which they define as the directed use of biochemical power to alter by direct intervention, not disease processes, but the normal workings of the human body and psyche to augment, to improve their native capacities and performances. Even the people who are very pro-augmentation in the literature are still very timid about their endorsement. They're very hesitant. And when I was looking at the literature and looking at the research and discussions involved, I was not impressed. I thought, as good as some of the objections are and as good as some of the literature is, I thought that there lacked a certain imagination about these kinds of things and about these kinds of concepts. So I wanted to take a much more radical direction and offer an endorsement and a justification for direct enhancement. Next slide. So there's going to be three main goals of this essay. It's going to be a little difficult, and I'll try to guide you through it. Number one, to define and illustrate the ways in which meaning has a direct relationship to the limits and capacities of our physical bodies. The second, to illustrate that the culmination of the meaning generated by our biological functions is what is largely or solely responsible for consciousness, which is something that exists on a spectrum, and that the implementation of bioenhancements can increase the meaning we can extrapolate from the world, and the far-flung possibility that we may even provide us with new ways to experience reality. So it's a lot, and hopefully it'll be, apparent and more laid out. Next slide. So the first thing we need to talk about is meaning. Are you guys familiar with the Turing test? For the most part, okay. The Turing test is a test of AI. Essentially, if you talk to something like either through a screen or through a wall, and you can't tell that it's not a computer, then it has sufficiently achieved consciousness. Now, a guy named John Searle comes around, and he raises a different objection. He raises his own thought problem. It's been very important in the literature, and it's very sort of, profound, especially on me when I read it first. So he imagines himself alone in a room, following a computer program for responding to Chinese characters that are slipped under the door into this room. Now, Searle, the guy in question, does not have any understanding of Chinese whatsoever. but using a program for manipulating symbols and numerals in the same way a computer algorithm does, he is able to send the appropriate strings of Chinese characters back out under the door. Now, for the person outside of the room who puts in Chinese characters and receives, different Chinese characters, a response to the questions, what does he think? He thinks that the person in the room understands Chinese. But clearly, as we can see, the man in question does not understand Chinese. He's just using an algorithm. He's just using something in the same way that a computer does. So the conclusion we can draw from this is that if we want to talk about things being conscious or having consciousness, inputs and outputs are not enough. There has to be something else. My answer is meaning. He doesn't understand the meaning of Chinese characters. He doesn't have an understanding of Chinese characters. So we can get that meaning is a critical aspect to human consciousness. But the question is, how and why do things have meaning to people? Well, how can human beings imbue things with meaning? So in the paper, I imagine a scenario in which you have a man in a room, and in that room with that man is a computer, or is a machine. It's a camera that can detect objects. It can go through a database of images, find an image that corresponds with the object, and then output that to a speaker and say exactly what it is. So you show the man in the machine an apple, and you ask them what it is. They both respond with apple. So the question becomes, why does the human being understand or have a deeper understanding of what an apple is than a computer does? And fundamentally, why the human being has a better understanding, can have a meaning of the apple, is because they can experience an apple. They can hold an apple. They can see an apple. They can see that it's red or green. They can taste an apple. They can know it's sweet. They can hold it. They know it's light in their hand. They can have memories of an apple. So clearly, meaning is tied to the ability to experience things through your biological senses and functions. So not only can you experience is meaning extrapolated through your biological senses and your functions, but they serve this serves a dual function as well. So not only, if we're using the example of sight and eyes, you have an apple in your hand, you can immediately see that there is an apple in your hand. But you also, there's something else there. There's something else with this, which is that the world is something that can be seen, and that there are red things that can be seen. So there is a dual function that you can do something with this function, but the function itself tells you the capabilities and the options and conditions of the world outside of yourself. So that's meaning. That is the sort of big part for this. And all of these meanings are happening all of the time with your sight, hearing, touch, skin, organs, all of that stuff, your sense of time, your sense of where things are on your body, they're all happening at once, and they tell you the immediate surroundings, but they tell you what exactly is the world what exactly is capable in the world. And it's a very bizarre thing to think about, because if you try to imagine yourself, imagine you're transported into an alternate reality in which human beings don't have eyes. They don't have eyes. No one has eyes. No one has ever seen. And you try to see if you can explain to them the concept of sight. It seems a little tough, right? To try and explain, because they have no reference. They have no idea. They've never seen, but they also don't know that things can be seen.
They have no idea. So I want you to sort of like sit on top of that for just a little bit of that idea of a species of people not having this ability that we take for granted, and what that would mean for their understanding of the world to not have this ability. So, and then finally to wrap up this point, the culmination of all of your biological senses and the meanings created by those biological senses are what consciousness is. So consciousness is just the amalgamation of all the meaning provided by our biological senses and by the biological reality that you have. Next slide. So yes, consciousness results from the amalgamation of meaning produced by our biological and perceptory processes. So again, how does this tie into bioenhancement? It's a long train, but we're getting close. So if it's consciousness is produced by biological function and meaning, and it's something that can be added or detracted from, especially in the example of the people without eyes. We can look at the real world and see where that spectrum exists. So we look at animals. If we are going to be so egotistical to put human beings at the far end of the spectrum of consciousness, we put the rest of the animal kingdom behind us, and we can answer exactly why we can do that. Because why are human beings more conscious than fish? Why are human beings more conscious than dogs? Well, it's because we have more complex biological processes, functions of memory, functions of language, et cetera, et cetera. Now, that doesn't mean that animals can't have different or even better individual biological functions as well. So in the paper, I reference like the eyes of a hawk. They have two, I guess they're called fovea, which is a small pit in the eye, which produces the clearest vision in your eye. They have two of those, human beings have one. And with that results in them having eyesight that is 8 times better than human beings. So we can look at animals and understand what the limits of biological abilities could be. We could have eyes that are 8 times better. We could have, ears that are much better. We could have all these other things that are much better. So we can look at animals for the possibilities of biological functions as well. But here's the more interesting thing. Here's the thing that I find really fascinating, which is the idea of animals possessing senses that we do not have. So when you think of birds that have the ability to see ultraviolet light, when you think of bats with echolocation, when you think of, I didn't know this as well, sharks having the ability to sense electricity. You see, it's pretty sick. But so we can tie that in, is that if meaning is tied to our biological functions and the meaning created by that biological function, and we can see that out in the world that while we're still the top dog, other animals have isolated better biological functions, but also biological functions and senses that we do not have, then it seems that consciousness is something that can be added to. It seems that it's something that we can improve upon. Next slide. So what is the role of enhancement? This is a very wordy statement I wrote. If consciousness is created by the meaning created by our biological functions, and said biological functions can be improved even beyond human capacity, then bioenhancements meant to enhance human capabilities have the capability of increasing, oh yeah, that's much better. There we go. Oh my God. And it can essentially increase our ability to understand and interact with the world. Again, think about the hypothetical human species without eyeballs. What that would do to give them eyeballs, to give them the gift of sight, and how that would increase their understanding of the world around them. And that is essentially the role of direct bioenhancement. Now, there's two types. That would be pretty obvious. One would be increased enhancement, which is just the increasing and sort of improving upon the biological functions we already have, making your legs stronger, making your eyes better, making your organs less prone to failure. Then we have additional enhancement, which is the adding on of senses or biological processes that human beings just do not have. The ethics of these are, again, very much untouched because most people do not want to go this route and are very tepid about their endorsement of these kinds of things. When we go back to therapeutic enhancement, healing the sick or helping people with diseases, restoring functions and whatnot, the justifications for those kinds of enhancements are pretty apparent. Now, what I want to do is I want to tie the justifications for therapeutic enhancement with increased enhancement. So, if therapeutic enhancement, restoring limbs or restoring functionality, restoring sight are justified by increasing one's enjoyment of life to normal capacity, then making our legs stronger, making our organs more resilient, more efficient, are justified in the same pathway. It increases our current capacities, therefore increasing our quality of life. Now, additional enhancement is going to be different in the enhancement of new senses, new biological processes is going to be justified on the basis of discovery. Because in the same vein that people want to go to the moon, people are going to want to expand what they can experience, expand what they can fundamentally understand about the world around us. I didn't get to it in the paper, but if everything on the screen and everything I talked about sounds reasonable to a certain degree, then there's a sort of question that we arrive at, and it's a sort of troubling question. Because the way I want you to think about things is most philosophers, when they talk about consciousness or when they talk about reality, they talk about reality as being deceiving, as a demon deceiving you or something along that nature. But I want to ask a sort of less insidious question, but a more bizarre question, is that are human beings capable of understanding reality as it actually is? If you want to think about the way I think about it is in terms of a computer game. When you try and download a computer game, when you try to play a computer game, you can run a computer game at multiple settings. Your computer's not strong enough to completely run the game. So you run it at lower settings in order to adequately play it. Are human beings the same way? Are human beings fundamentally running and rendering reality as it actually is, or just in the best capacity that we have? So the question I want to add, the two questions that come up from this are, number one, if there are additional pathways to experience reality, can we even comprehend them? Is that even possible? Again, if you go back and think about explaining sight to a species that don't have eyes and don't understand the concept of sight, it seems pretty impossible, right? So what is that for us? What is that for us? If there even is anything. And if there's not anything, if there are no additional capacities or biological functions in which human beings lack that could be added upon human beings, then maybe human beings are the highest form of being that can possibly exist. And both of those are scary thoughts, quite frankly. But they're going to be questions that we can ask, and eventually, as augmentation, as gene editing, as smart drugs, as these things develop into more of a reality than the science fiction they are, eventually we're going to have to ask those questions. And that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much. We're now going to move on to Tara, and her paper is called Objecting to Frankfurt's Mesh Argument. Hi guys. What's up? I hope you're doing well. My paper is pretty short, so I just kind of want to introduce myself really quickly. My name is Tara Daly. I'm a senior here at ASU, majoring in biological sciences with a concentration in biosociety, and then also a philosophy major. And I just want to say I feel really privileged to be up here today because I presented at the philosophy conference 3 years ago that the club put on as a freshman, and I presented like the first philosophy paper I ever wrote for my existentialism class. And now here I am 3 years later presenting a paper I wrote for my meta-ethics class. It's like my most recent paper I wrote. Arguably, I'd say that the paper I wrote 3 years ago is better than this one, so bear with me. But I kind of submitted it on a whim, and I feel very privileged to be here. And I just want to thank my friends, my homies Bree and Savi for coming here. Bree was here 3 years ago when I presented, so she's a real one for sticking through that. You guys only have to listen to me for like 5 to 10 minutes, but these people listen to me constantly, so they handle the torture well. So, and then lastly, I just wanted to give a shout out to a club I'm part of at ASU. It's called the Ecstasis Club. I'm currently running it. And I think if you guys are interested in philosophy and the philosophy club, you might be interested in joining. The club kind of discusses topics related to neuroscience, science, philosophy, anthropology, and we discuss the mind and altered states of consciousness at our meetings. We discuss psychedelic research, things like that. So I think if you're interested in the concepts of like free will and all these different topics, you might be interested in possibly joining next semester. I won't be here then, but I just want to give a little plug to that. So bearing in mind my essay, Meta-Ethics, essay 2, Objecting to Frankfurt's Mesh Argument. There's a lot of kind of high level and convoluted like terminology in this paper, and I feel like I should have taken a note from Mark to make a presentation, but I didn't. So hopefully just bear with me, and it won't take too long. So introduction. In the paper, Freedom of the Will and the Concept of a Person, Harry Frankfurt argues that an agent's first order desire must align or mesh with their second order volition in order for said agent to be acting of their own free will. Frankfurt asserts that having a first order volition is not necessary or sufficient for an agent to be acting of their own free will. Frankfurt argues for this compatibilist view in order to further the argument he makes in his paper, Alternate Possibilities and Moral Responsibility, where he argues that Jones Ford is morally responsible for killing Smith. I think that Frankfurt's mesh paper is false because his thesis is not defensible to a myriad of counterexamples. In this paper, I will argue that Frankfurt's reasoning is mistaken, as an agent can act of their own free will, regardless of whether or not their first order desire meshes with their second order volition. So there's kind of a lot of convoluted terms here, so just I want to give you guys a quick example. So an example of like a first order desire would be, I want to eat ice cream. Right now, I don't want to be up here. I want to eat ice cream. That's something I want to do. So that's a first order desire. So a second order desire is like a desire that's not causally efficacious. So an example of this would be, I want to be homeless. I don't actually, me, Tara, want to be homeless. But let's say I'm a therapist. I want to be homeless so I can better empathize with my clients.
So this is non-causally efficacious, which means it's not something I actually want to happen. It's just, it's a second order desire I have. So then there's this distinction between the second order desire and the second order volition. So a second order volition is like a second order desire, but it is causally efficacious. So this means I actually do want it to happen. So a quick example of a second order volition would be, I want to go to the gym. So I don't actually want to go to the gym. I have no desire to work out. I don't want to go to the gym. But I want to be the kind of person that wants to go to the gym, if that makes sense. So it's causally efficacious in the sense that I actually have a will for this to happen. So these are kind of just the terms I wanted to outline. They can get very convoluted in the way that I wrote. So just a brief overview. So Frankfurt insists that one's will or one's first order desire must necessarily be aligned with one's second order volition in order for an agent to be held morally responsible or blameworthy. A first order desire, like I said, is essentially a desire to act in some way. A second order desire is a desire for a certain first order desire. A second order desire is basically a desire to have some desire which happens to be unsatisfied. So like I said, this can be non-efficacious desire that will not actually come to fruition. However, a second order volition is a type of second order desire. However, a second order volition is causally efficacious, like I said, for the second order desire that one actually wants to come to fruition. Like my example of wanting to be the kind of person that goes to the gym. So the will is a first order desire that is causally efficacious and actually occurs. Essentially, one's second order volition must coincide with one's first order desire or one's will in order for one to be considered a free agent. So these two things must match under Frankfurt's conditions. So a number of philosophers have argued against Frankfurt's ahistorical mesh theory. Some of the notable criticisms are as follows. So a philosopher named Watson argues that there's a logical problem with this mesh theory because a second order volition does not necessarily induce a first order desire. There could be conflicts of the second order or volitions of higher order, such as third order volition. So it can get very complicated, like everything in philosophy. Like, I want to be the kind of person that does this or that. So that's an example. So another objection has been brought up by several philosophers, including Neely, who argue that if one is subject to manipulation, then one is not free or morally responsible. Even if one's first order desires align with one's second order volition, if one is being controlled or coerced, then one cannot be considered free or responsible. So this is like a counter example, kind of like the example brought up earlier, being like possessed by a demon or something like that. So another objection is that it is nonsensical to have a view of moral responsibility and free will that is ahistorical, like Frankfurt's theory. So some philosophers think that historical context is key in deciphering whether one's actions are in accordance with one's free will. Individuals may be subject to constitutive luck, leading them to act in ways that are merely make them byproducts of their environment. In certain cases involving constitutive luck, individuals may not be free, even if their first order will meshes with their second order volition. In short, there are a plethora of objections to Frankfurt's mesh argument. So now I'll just give a brief exposition of Frankfurt's argument with his example. So Frankfurt asserts that having a first order desire is not sufficient for having free will. Frankfurt thinks that having second order desires that are not causally efficacious or having second order desires that will not come to fruition are also not indicative of free will. So according to the mesh theory, the only way one is acting in accordance with one's will is if one's first order desire to act in some way coincides with one's second order volition to desire to want that same thing. So I'm just reiterating myself, it's very convoluted. So this essentially means one's actions must be in accordance with one's will in order for free will to be present in a particular situation. So if an agent lacks any second order volition, then this agent is said to be a wanton. Wantons do not have any free will because they fail to satisfy the condition of possessing second order volition. So some examples of wantons would be some adults with certain mental issues and young children. So they can't have second order volition, so they have no free will under this condition. So Frankfurt utilizes an example involving a willing addict and the unwilling addict in order to advance his argument. In the example, both the willing and the unwilling addict end up using drugs because of their addiction. So the willing addict and the unwilling addict both possess a first order desire to take a drug. However, the unwilling addict also has the first order desire not to take the drug. So there's a conflict. They have two different first order desires. They want to take the drug, but on the other hand, they also don't want to take the drug. So the willing addict also has no second order volition not to take the drug. Frankfurt thinks that the willing addict is more morally responsible for taking the drug than the unwilling addict. The willing addict is morally responsible and exhibits free will because of the alignment of second order volition with first order desire, which indicates that this action was willed by the agent. So they want to take the drug and they want to take the drug. But on the other hand, Frankfurt thinks that the unwilling addict does not have free will because while they want to take the drug, they also don't want to take the drug. And they also don't want to take the drug. Not and want. So according to Frankfurt, in this situation, the willing addict has free will while the unwilling addict does not. In short, Frankfurt argues that an agent only has free will and their first order desires mesh with their second order volition. So I will challenge Frankfurt's argument without a counterexample. The idea for this counterexample partially came from Watson's argument that volitions at the second order aren't necessarily special or significant, and Dr. Corey's lectures, which also indicated skepticism concerning Frankfurt's necessary. So Dr. Corey was my professor for this class, so shout out to him. Frankfurt's argument states that one cannot be considered to have acted of one's own free will unless one's first order desire aligns with one's second order volition. However, there are many instances where one's will indicates that one is a free agent, yet one does not have second order volition alignment with one's first order desires. So I will now attempt to elucidate an instance where one is free and morally responsible, but one's second order volitions do not mesh with one's first order desires. One example of this is when a psychopath has a first order desire to kill an unsuspecting victim. Let's assume that the psychopath is highly intelligent and possesses the awareness that they are a psychopath. The psychopath has a first order desire to kill an unsuspecting victim. The psychopath also possesses a second order volition to desire to not kill an unsuspecting victim. However, they only possess a second order volition because they know they may face imprisonment if they get caught. So for the sake of this argument, let's call the aforementioned psychopath A. There is another psychopath B. Psychopath B is also highly intelligent and they possess the awareness that they are a psychopath. Psychopath B also has a first order desire to kill an unsuspecting victim. However, unlike psychopath A, psychopath B does not possess a second order volition to desire not to kill an unsuspecting victim. So they desire to kill an unsuspecting victim. So psychopath A desires to kill an unsuspecting victim and also desires not to kill an unsuspecting victim because of the consequences. Like I said before, conversely, psychopath B desires to kill an unsuspecting victim and desires to kill an unsuspecting victim. So in this case, I think it does not seem intuitively plausible that psychopath A is less blameworthy or less free than psychopath B. Both agents have the will to carry out murder. The only difference between psychopath A and psychopath B is that psychopath A desire not to kill an unsuspecting victim because they're afraid of punishment. Since the second order volition of psychopath A does not mesh with their first order desire, they are deemed less blameworthy or free under Frankfurt's conditions. However, this evaluation is nonsensical. One second order volition can arise from a nefarious or selfish motive, leading to a conflict among one's first order desire and second order volition. And this does not indicate that they are not acting from their free will. So to me, it does not seem plausible that the alignment of one's first order desire and second order volition is either necessary or sufficient for free will. Free will is not necessarily strengthened by the mesh of these two factors. In fact, incongruences between one's first order desire and second order volition may also be indicative of a strengthened freedom of the will, depending on the motive that underlies those desires. So this leads me to conclude that second order volitions meshing with first order desires are not a reliable indicator of morality, moral responsibility, or free will. An agent can potentially have free will, even
even if they do not have a particular second order volition, or if they possess a particular second order volition that conflicts with their first order desire. So to conclude, in this essay, I argue that the mesh of an agent's second order volition with that agent's first order desire does not necessarily indicate that an agent acts of their free will. There are instances where an agent can be considered more free or more responsible than an agent who satisfies the conditions of Frankfurt's historical mesh theory. In short, the contextual conditions of one's second order volition are important when determining whether or not an agent is free and responsible. The alignment of first order desires and second order volition are not reliable indicator of an agent's freedom or moral responsibility, regardless of the truth or falsity of determinism. That's very fun.
Thank you so much, Tara. We're now going to hear from Annette. She is joining us through Zoom. And then after her presentation, we'll break for a short lunch, which is being catered by Chick-fil-A. So Annette, if you wanted to start your presentation, we are ready whenever you are. Thank you for being here with us today.
Oh yeah, thank you guys for having me. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Awesome. Can everyone see me?
Yes.
Cool. I'm gonna share my screen. Awesome. All right. Okay, so my paper is an analysis of both Houston Wenley's and Kimberly Brownlee's theories. And this is to present a thesis of how, if at all, should conscientious civil disobedience be punished. In a democratic society, there is a certain tension between what the governing bodies deem acceptable for society versus what the people under the government think is just. Especially within the history of American politics, we have seen an elastic and constant struggle to determine what aspects of our laws should be maintained, amended, and withheld. There are also many tactics that both the state and the people can employ to push for changes to the system. This brings with it another set of pressures that set forth to consider what is worthy of civil disobedience to do to push for change, and in what ways would it be permissible for the state to punish dissenters. In the communicative aspects of civil disobedience and lawful punishment, Kimberly Brownlee argues that in disobeying the law, a disobedient wants to communicate condemnation for the policy they oppose and their petition for change. Similarly, in punishing a disobedient, the state communicates its condemnation of the crime and petitions for repentance and reformation of the offender. However, in taking deterrence seriously, the wide scope deterrence theory of punishment, we learned that an offender of the law might not be concerned by punitive punishment. Houston Wenlee argues that instead of utilizing punitive punishment as a deterrence method, which is the standard theory, non-prudential moral reasons are more likely to be cause of concern of civil disobedience because they are believers in moral principles. Using Brownlee's communicative theory and narrow scope theory alongside these wide scope deterrence theory, I will argue that no punishment from the state should be morally enacted if the state does not consider the disobedience severity of the crime, the motivation for committing any crime, and the effects it has on the general public. First, I will explain Brownlee's communicative theory, then I will explain the narrow scope deterrence theory and Lee's wide scope deterrence theory. I will then argue that in punishing conscientious civil disobedience, we must consider the severity of the defiance committed. In the communicative aspects of civil disobedience and lawful punishment, according to Brownlee, the communicative theory of justice claims that civil disobedience and lawful punishment by the state are methods of communication and a discourse between protesters and the legal system. As briefly mentioned before, in punishing offenders of the law, the state expresses its disavowal, condemnation, and denunciation of the crime committed, but also its desire for repentance and reformation on part of the defender. Brownlee argues that in participating in civil disobedience, the offender of the law expresses not only her disavowal, condemnation, and denunciation of a certain law or policy, as well as her dissociation from both the law or policy and the authority that enacted it, but also her desire for recognition by that authority and the relevant majority that a lasting change in policy and law is required. The driving force of civil disobedience is to invoke a change in policy or law, and a protester must guide policymakers in what ways those laws or policies need to be amended or even discarded. Secondly, protesters should guide policymakers and society to internalize reasons behind the disobedience, condemnation, and disavowal of the law or policy. If the offender wants to be taken seriously and create lasting change in law or policy, the act of civil disobedience must engage policymakers in a moral dialogue, meaning that the offense committed must be well calculated and not simply coercion. Now, we must look at various theories for how to punish citizens who have broken the law, even if it is in civil disobedience. In taking deterrence seriously, the wide scope deterrence theory of punishment, Lee argues against using mere punishment as a deterrent to criminal offenses, and she encourages the use of what she labels a deep deterrence theory of deterrence, which focuses on the influence of virtue. Lee claims that in the narrow scope deterrence theory, there are two assumptions. The first is the capacity assumption, which assumes that potential criminal offenders are rational agents capable of taking into consideration the likely consequences of their actions. The second is the deterrence assumption, which assumes that punishment gives a potential offender a reason not to commit the crime. Lee claims that if one of the two assumptions does not apply, then punishment will not deter the offender from committing crimes. The capacity assumption assumes that the offender must be able to reason about the consequences of the criminal actions. If the offender cannot rationalize, then they might not be able to be deterred from committing criminal activity because they cannot be held responsible. The deterrence assumption presupposes that to deter the offender from committing a criminal act, the punishment of the infraction must be severe enough to cause the criminal activity to become detrimental. Lee continues the argument against the narrow scope by analyzing the limitations of the standard theory. The possible considerations for not effectively applying one of the two assumptions range from the offender not having the capacity to rationalize, not having anything to lose because of extreme circumstances like poverty, or the offender thinking they are above the law, not fearing punishment, or certainty of not being punished and getting away with crime. If one of the two assumptions fails, then there would be a case in which traditional deterrence methods are ineffective. In the case of civil disobedience, the offender either doesn't fear punishment or is willing to face the consequences of their disobedience. Therefore, the traditional deterrence theory proves to be ineffective. As Lee claims, regardless of the severity of punishment a theory recommends, traditional theories are shallow in that punishment deters only those who respond to external punitive sanctions. In response to civil disobedience, the state must consider the minimal rationality requirement, given that punishment is regarded as a means to achieving some important objective. The use of means must be justified, as well as constrained by the end it serves. In other words, the punishment must achieve the objective of deterring crime to offenders. Otherwise, the punishment weakens the long-term aid of deterring crime. In congruence with the wide scope deterrence theory, Lee quotes Confucius. If you try to guide the common people with coercive regulations and keep them in line with punishment, the common people will become evasive and will have no sense of shame. If, however, you guide them with virtue and keep them in line by means of ritual, the people will have a sense of shame and will rectify themselves. Lee claims that through a wide scope deterrence theory, the state leads with virtue and that virtue trickles down to the masses, who will also live a life guided by virtue. According to Lee, human beings are capable of entertaining a variety of reasons, including both prudential and moral reasons, to stay within the lie. Lee argues that even though they both deter crime, non-prudential moral reasons are cheap deterrents because a believer in moral principles will avoid committing criminal offenses, even if no punishment will ensue. For this reason, Lee argues that the wide scope deterrents are more suitable than narrow scope deterrents. All punishments must consider the severity of the defiance committed. the motives behind the defiance, as well as the impact on the general public. If a particular case of civil disobedience is not a cause for common or greater good, if it is a case of greed or superiority, then the state does not have an obligation to respond with change. If the disobedience is the cause of great terror and disturbance in a community, then the state has an obligation to respond with punitive measures. However, if the case of civil disobedience is warranted and a cause for concern to the common or the greater good, then the state must respond with virtue. In the case, the state is obligated to respond with change, restoration of justice, and reparations where necessary. Okay, I kind of fell behind. If the state expects citizens to act with virtue, then as Lee would argue, the state must lead with virtue. If a certain case for civil disobedience is a cause for change, restoration of justice, and reparations, then to maintain respect and in the moral dialogue, the state must act accordingly and rectify the wrongs. For example, first we consider the riots that happened on January 6, 2021, also known as the Capitol Insurrection Riots. The rioters viciously attacked the nation's Capitol building, defaced public property while chanting "Hang my Pence," threatening the lives of lawmakers with bombs and other weapons. The intention of the disobedience was a failed attempt at an insurrection to overturn the presidential election of the United States and democracy itself. Under the circumstances, it is justified that the government uses punitive and non-punitive methods of punishment. A case of justifiable civil disobedience are the protests that occurred in the summer of 2020. After the murder of George Floyd, one of the many unjust killings of an unarmed Black man at the hands of law enforcement, supporters of Black Lives Matter movement protested for weeks for the justice system to charge the officer with murder. The civil disobedience protested not only for justice of George Floyd's murder, but to reform the legal system that allows law enforcement officers to target and disproportionately kill Black Americans and regularly take justice into their own hands, allowing them to act as judge, jury, and executioners. This case of civil disobedience where the justice system must act virtuously to restore justice. I have now proven that in a democratic society, if the state is properly pressured by conscientious civil disobedience, there should be no cause for punishment, but a change to the laws and policy that follow virtue. In the communicative aspects of civil disobedience and lawful punishment, Brownlee argues that in disobeying the law, a disobedient wants to communicate condemnation for a policy they oppose and petition for change. Similarly, in punishing a disobedient, the state communicates condemnation of crime and petitions for repentance and reformation of the offender. In consideration of taking deterrence seriously, we see that when an offender of the law is not concerned by punitive punishment as a deterrence method, non-prudential moral reasons are more likely to be cause of concern for disobedience because they are believers in moral principles. If the state refuses to consider the progression of the general public and the need for the people to act in disobedience, then they do not lead by virtue, and any punishment they dole out will only further stir up disobedience. Thus, in the spirit of reciprocity, the government must lead virtuously and contemplate the petitions of protesters, carefully analyzing case by case and adapting to the values of the contemporary culture. Thank you.
So much for being with us through Zoom and for presenting your work. We are now going to have lunch. I think they're still putting it out, so just give them 1 second. And then we'll reconvene and have the last 3 presenters.
Yeah.
Beyond cast.
would be the experience?
Okay, guys, lunch is ready. How nice of them. How sweet of them. Okay. Doesn't really matter which one. It's fun upon a
I know,
flight.
because Bernie was waiting there and going,
Oh, wait, now he's doing it. Stay at the airport.
he's gonna stay at the airport.
Yeah. But he doesn't know which flight it is. So,
He was probably going to check out.
yeah. Okay, yeah. That's fine. Yeah, we're running late, so like instead of having to pick the lunch or lunch, we'll have 3. And then we go to take a break, a longer break. Like a longer lunch, like we're not, we're fine. No biggie.
My civic social.
Okay, because like, we had like 10 people online with like, oh, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
He like set up literally everything.
Yeah. Very fun. But yeah, I'm glad it's. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, so that's more validate things. It makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. Somebody who goes when I did. God, there's so much food.
I know.
How much was it? How much was it?
It's like 600 and something.
That's actually not that bad.
Yeah, I know.
Bro, like,
She had ordered like a company. I
Oh,
was like,
yeah.
we could add one more thing, and it like went over like $1. And I was like, oh my gosh, Colleen really had it exactly this one.
yeah. Well, it scares the hell out of me to eat that much food for that little
I
price.
know.
Because like, well, at Pi Sigma Alpha, my discretionary budget is like $5,000 a year.
Yeah, that was like 700.
I know, it's insane.
Yeah.
And I paid $0 for the room.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's like, and then just Burge. That means I could literally have a Pi Sigma Alpha like political science conference now for very little
Yeah.
cost. They didn't realize how little it was.
Okay, so Tuesdays, we get to the tech. So,
Like seal of approval.
yeah, and so contact with Dr. Kovas, and he's just waiting at the airport to reach out a different flight because no one knows the flight number for when he's landing.
No
So,
terminal either.
yeah, Yeah, like literally nothing.
She told me what was that?
They have to be like, yeah, like 2 or 3 days ago, I was like, is the conference still on? Like, yeah, like, get them all fucked. Yeah. So now we're like all under the impression, like, he might not show
Yeah,
up.
I was like,
So
you're
then-
gonna get a text.
So then he's waiting at the airport, COVID, because he's going to pick him up, and he's like, he's nowhere to be
Dr.
found.
Bolton goes, is he supposed to be on flight? She said,
Yeah.
we're like,
Yes. He's like, well, he wasn't on it. So then he like called his wife like a million times, like where's his wife, and finally got through to her and said he is on a later flight. So she thinks that he changed it like through ASU and nobody told us.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, so like, I mean, we're already ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Instead of having 2 papers after lunch, we have 3. We go to do a longer lunch or a longer break.
yeah.
Well, we're not kicked out of the room at 4.
No,
Burge
no, I
has to
think it's
leave,
gonna
we
be
can
like
finish.
5:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if Burge has to leave, then
Unless
we
it's quite
continue the
late.
last paper.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's anyone in here after us either way.
That's what I'm getting at too, yeah.
Yeah.
What's the?
Okay, well, hopefully he shows up. Like,
It'd be nice.
Reservation,
Yeah.
2 snows better than
yeah,
the
I feel like we're good.
We were just talking about how monsters are like unpredictable.
You got deep in thought.
I mean, this is like, that's what we thought.
I mean, I guess it's not like it's not like me. I'm like cheating from the good place. Like I have to be there at the right time. Otherwise, I already like.
I love that fucking show. I really do.
Yeah, I don't.
Stop
I'm
the
not
game
like
because
that
I
at
missed
all.
my
I
flight.
know, I don't have a movie like that.
Maybe as I get older, I'll like calm down. But like I am too high strung for that.
Bro, I'm supposed to be at work at 9 a.m. I can't, if I'm not at work at 8:30, I feel like a fucking.
Yeah.
That's good though, that's responsible. I can't
Yeah.
imagine Pete like this, like.
My
you
boss,
have a
dude.
line on you and you miss your flight.
Right.
My boss like shows up late all the time. It's really, really
That's
scary.
annoying.
Well, they're government too.
It's like the
I mean,
main,
you can't complain.
Yeah.
the main attraction.
It's also salary.
Right.
It's like,
Yeah,
You don't give a shit.
it's like we're like the whole thing is for you.
yeah.
It's centered around you.
I'm going to in a second. I don't think it's gonna run out.
Yeah.
I'm not in a rush, but
I love that. Yeah. Even though right? It's foreseeable. You can work, we'll get 5,000. You can like, it isn't as a direct. Oh, I know. Right? Honestly, yeah, friendship, they're just increasing profit margins.
Do you want to be my manager? Do you want to be my manager? Not here. Thank you, but. Oh, no, just remember that I'm hungry. Yeah. She was like, oh my gosh, he was the blank. I was like, oh well. You never really too much. Like, see, you failed me earlier.
And also like,
I was like, I felt like I entered an alternate universe. She like pulls out a flip phone. I'm like, oh, my computer's from back in like, I can't even say 2000 from Blackberries. Like, what? Wild. I know, exactly. Have something. What? Oh no. He has a laptop. He has. It's like the white MacBook from.
And then they can kind of tack on like, and the relevant beliefs and desires. And I'm kind of like, what yeah, I'm basically like, what exactly is relevant? Like, we're talking about this is a great phrase. And maybe
So I was kind of nervous, but we're at 32.
Yeah. I can sign twice.
By the way, because
His contribution to my children.
talked about how Backseat.
He's from Alberta. Would you like to say Texas? I'm like, oh, basically America.
What's the difference? Yeah. Pilot project. Like integrated huts and cars, all that.
Like I robot for like everything is like philosophically. Yeah. We're like, we're gonna do an
Yeah.
franchise on like why we shouldn't.
I wish I could take that. That's the problem. See, they don't have it as an
That's like the bare minimum, not class. Yeah. I like 2 times. It's so sweet of you. Yeah, I remember watching it. I watched the okay.
Yeah.
I also. That's a mess. I did awesome. That's a great class. Like coding classes for like my student, and so I'm doing JavaScript right now, which is like pretty fun. So I'm like, that's fine. And so I spend so many hours. Nice that I can just like post. Right. That's how they got me in. They're like, oh, you got me in.
Like like
Oh, yeah.
I didn't like that.
I loved it. That was my favorite class.
I had to drop it because I was like, the teacher I had just did not do it. Like, it's all in the fucking stand up. Yeah.
I had them in 2016, and I loved conversation.
So,
And then I had him, and literally about 2 weeks, and I was like, no, and I dropped that class. So
I got someone else to tell you. Super nice. I just, yeah, I couldn't do it. And I was like, I'm already fucking stressed out. My girlfriend is able to fucking like drive. Yeah, it's bad. It drops like flies.
And like, he was prerequisite to like, yeah, it's like that, like, but like, you don't like have that class. You know what I mean?
So it was my second hospital, and he said something, and I corrected him, and he got mad at me. And I was like, I don't think it was, I had a black teacher, but it was so easy.
I have videos.
So, I have this, I was enrolled in one, I forget what it was, but I like dropped it in the last 2 weeks. It's like it did not seem to be better difficult. And it was amazing. So just made it seem like also, his lecture notes. Yeah. Especially when I'm doing hard ones. Yeah, when I took it, it was bad. That was like, I was like, I spent more time on it than I really needed to.
Can you just like hear it every class?
That was my thing.
She's like, I'm ready to drill you. She's like,
Ready to grill you.
Listen, there are really easy things in that class, and when you're not doing the easy things right, I'm gonna have a problem.
I think my biggest thing was 300 people like just did not do their shit properly. And so I'm like, that doesn't follow. That doesn't follow. Like the first
These don't
paper.
match, you're using the wrong word.
First-
Switch your turn halfway.
Yeah. Well, the first paper we read, which was the guy that presented on Zoom, his argument was logically followed. Yeah, I didn't want to like tell him he can't present, but also I was like, he needs to work. This doesn't logically follow. Yeah, I mean, my thing is like people need to learn. I even wrote down like if we were gonna ask questions after, like, why did you choose this word? Why did you choose that? Why did you use this and this and that? Because technically it just boils down to premise A conclusion. Because the first premise, he just restates the premise, but doesn't like create a conditional chain, like a logical chain from A to B to B to C. He just uses A, restates A in B. C. I'm like, okay, that's not any type of way. It's just saying something, saying it's true that it's I love logic. Well, that's like to my girl all the time. It's word map. Yeah, it's just word
You
map.
don't have to even use, like, if you just format an argument with all letters, plug it.
Plug in shit. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Because then somebody can just agree with you, but they have to like reject something. They
Yeah,
can't
just
just be
plug
like,
in.
your argument doesn't
Yeah,
follow.
yeah,
I know.
yeah. Yeah, so I just remember
I love that.
I really love words. I love math. I just don't like when I take math online. Which I took on math. Yeah. That's it.
Not gonna do.
I'll drop it. She'll look.
Somebody needs to be there.
Right? Good.
Do it.
Yeah, yeah.
Do it, Kate, do it. You did breakfast with the chicken on your
Bring it all. Yeah, I had to drop it. I couldn't screw it. Wow.
remember who it was.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You know, it was like, not even like
No,
fake
literally,
silhouette.
he's just a man.
Oh man, okay, well, that maybe my. He was, didn't know software, how to split
I
software.
think it was only in it for like a day. I went to class like a day and we got out.
I was there for a few weeks. Then my girlfriend got into it work. And she like fucked up her nerves and her shoulder. Her arms. And so we're still fucking around trying to get her to work in compensation. She had a hearing with the ALJ, Administrative Law Judge, ALJ. And so she had her hearing with that, and she was going through this whole thing, and people, she couldn't drive, she couldn't drive all the way out to fucking Superstition Springs, because the doctor was a pain in the ass. And of course, she was at work, doing her job. And she had some work something, yeah, and so she was all the way out to Superstition Springs and treated, because that's where the fuck works is. And all of her appointments were under economics class. All of her appointments having me. I can't drive. Can't lift her left arm. Yeah, and I told him like, hey, I can't, yeah. And then I also wasn't gonna learn that shit that it was taught anyway, so I'm just gonna drop it, take it, and yeah. I have not taken it yet, and I graduate next semester. I wish I could.
No, it's not, that's not an option.
There's only like 2 options. There's no option, like hopefully, I'll drop it, take the other one. Right now, it's a session online class, which I'm not forward to. I think it's a new teacher or something.
Walking to the summer one, which is how I took it, which is shorter. You have to like learn it quickly, but
Well, that's this is gonna be too. It's gonna be a shorter one. But I feel like a shorter one, it's also like the expectation. You were on the ice was on top of them or something. So when they gave us the thing, it was on top of it. Oh gosh.
That's also.
dissuade you from the coward. You're trying to do a favor.
Yes, next semester, seminar on blank, seminar on transformative experience. But they're like, I don't want to take it.
Experience sounds interesting, but I have no idea what it is.
I know it does sound interesting, right? Like, it sounds interesting, but what the hell is it really teaching? What the hell is it discussing? It's like, the other 2 options was like modal logic.
I would have done.
Yeah, I didn't want to do that. And the other one was just with Professor Calhoun. I just don't like her. Well, I don't like her because one time we were discussing the wage as part of our whole discussion. And I said, okay, but you're relying on data that takes all working women, doesn't classify by different fields, different studies, different jobs, different choices, right? Women then, on average, make different choices. Women are more likely to go to teaching, which unfortunately is a lower field than men who are more likely to go into finance or business. It's just statistical truth. It's statistical truth.
You look into that, that's true.
It's statistical. It's statistical truth. It's just, well, what a background culture. What about the fucking background culture? Background culture. As long as your parents weren't like, no, you can't be a fucking high finance person because you're a girl. And I think that's happening. That's wrong. Well, that's depends on your choice, right? Well, that's exactly. I agree. I'm not saying it didn't pay out as it is. I'm just saying that the reason it exists is not because sex is. Right? I'm not saying it exists because sex is. It could.
I think that they have to, so
Depends on the date.
for example, just like isolated experience, Jennifer Lawrence got paid like a third of what her male counterparts got paid. Possibly, yeah. Whichever movie it was, she got paid like they left them, even from the one, like, she would have been, like.
Well, more well known.
Right,
Yeah.
right, top 3, and there were ones that were way smaller. And like she's even said too, that like, part of that is also like, women aren't taught how to like negotiate.
Well,
salaries,
see, that's what I was gonna argue too. Is it because of lack of negotiation?
which is then comes back to society, sexism, that like you don't learn this because it's a man. What we're talking, I don't think it's proper for us. Yeah, it is. Yeah, or to think that we deserve better.
I guess you could argue that society is less profitable than that. I would argue it's not. Right, I don't think it's, but look. Yeah, well, I agree with that. I do agree with that.
I would be interested, because I know like Canada offers like a lot of, like you would think.
Yeah, they
that,
offer
like,
parental or paternal leave too.
And it is, so they actually offer it to a couple, and so the dad can take it or the mom can take it. So I would be interested to see if like teachers in Canada are investment in other careers do offer summer jobs. Or even
I'm not saying that there's not differences in how society treats things. It's obviously. My problem is saying that the wage gap exists because of sexism. I don't know how to go there, right? Because it's a lot of varying factors. You could, chain back and say, okay, well, they weren't trying to negotiate because of women. That's not necessarily true. I feel like a lot of women are taught how to negotiate, maybe not all women, women are all on time. There are a lot of men who aren't taught how to negotiate based on socioeconomic status, based on race, and being perceived as maybe the violent black man or the aggressive, or whatever. So I'm not saying that there's like white people are probably privileged, like they are taught this by their parents. But all I'm saying is you take a data set, it's all working on one person, all working on that is a bad data set. That right there, bad data. There's more men who work, and there's also, because of all the other choices that go into it, you're not looking at, well, are they being paid differently because they're men? Or are they being paid differently because, well, the difference in educational achievement, or the difference in field, or the difference in.
my very first job, I was paid $1 less than the man who was hired. So just like, also,
Well, that's,
yeah.
and I'm, no, and I would love to see those data sets, but my point was, I argued with her that this data set, I'm not saying the data doesn't exist.
Just the one that was.
Just the one that she was using, it didn't break it down.
But yeah, that's what the correct. I wrote a paper for her in my honors paper. On feminism, she said, she was like, it became this data because it's like failing to see like the other contributing factors that are related, like better maybe it's like way gap. So, but I know like you're coming from, it's like you see the comparison. There, they obviously it's still there. Yeah, it's like still there. And like that could be because of like something else there. Obviously, with sex. Yeah, so are you going to law school? Yeah. Yes, girl. Congrats. Congrats. That's so exciting.
I'll probably see you there.
So exciting. Amazing. So
Authority.
yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I know that they, class is in communication, and there is a website that has been used for like ever. But there is an entire chapter on how in negotiation women who act like men
It's true. Yeah, it's
So
true.
there are like, it's fun if you're a woman.
Yeah, that's true. The gender role thing.
Yeah, that like, and they've done different studies too, where they like tell people if this is your goal before going to that negotiation, still if a woman does exactly what she's perceived as a bad negotiation.
Yeah. And that goes, yeah, and that goes across just gender lines too. I mean, you can say something about accents. They did a study that showed like, if you're talking an American accent, you're like the baseline of like intelligence or activity. But if you talk in a British accent, well, if you talk in a British accent, immediately small. Oh, cool.
That's really interesting.
Know what they're doing. But use a southern accent, right? You're like, hey, I'm a rocket scientist, right? They don't think you're smart. They don't think you're smart. But if you're a British guy that says, well, yeah, I can't do a southern accent. I tried. Oh yeah. But hilariously enough, there's a show called Redneck Rocket Scientists where rednecks are rocket scientists. They have rocket science degrees. But you wouldn't expect that because of their accent. You immediately think they're dumb.
I kind of love that because it almost makes it feel, it makes it feel more accessible.
No, yeah, because I don't, one of my friends.
I think we're starting.
It's so hard to tell. He does speech whatever, and he's talking about, he's like, I have this couple stuff. And he gets on to this other job, it's like saying that, like, that makes it like.
I don't know, they feel like, a little bit like.
Same thing with perceived aggression. An American accent, like a standard, Western American accent, is going to be viewed as like a baseline. British is more polite, less aggressive. Southern is going to be more aggressive than the normal like American accent. New York is going to be more aggressive than like a Texan accent or on par with Texan accent. But then you're going to have like Russian accent. People think you are more aggressive because of your accent, right? You've seen Taco, you've seen more like the Sequential and this.
Russian also is often aggressive because they
Yeah.
so instead of like car, but she sounds more right. It's like direct.
Yeah. And so like, I'm not
German German
their language to this. Yeah.
Krankenwagen for like an ambulance. It sounds so young. Krankenwagen. Yeah, like, that's my new favorite word.
And so I'm not denying this. I'm not I'm not denying the wage gap exists. I'm just denying that your argument is convincing because your data set is shit. Your data set's garbage. Your data set is taking the entire population of working adults in America and then splitting it on one line saying men, women. That's a problem for me.
Well, yeah, because there's a similar issue where like they bring that up, like a lot of that like there are more white people in general. So it'll be like, sure, like it looks like black men and white men are in prison, right? It's 50-50, but black women make up 13%.
Yeah, but proportionally, yeah.
Yeah, which makes them take up.
Yeah. Which, of course, the right side, again, remember, we're covering the right side likes to say, of course, why does 60% of the population have 50% of all crime? Well, maybe it's their socioeconomic status, the infrastructure, and about the other stuff. Exactly, they're the ones that can't afford the lawyers. That's the big one. I think socioeconomic status is much more indicative of crime. High finance guy in a suit, yeah. But if a black guy dies, well, this isn't the case. You better be, we're going to crack down on it. Yeah. That happens, yeah. So it couldn't be like you're free to go. Yeah. Well, it's like the only. The only time I've ever been frivolously pulled over, well, one of the 2 times I've ever been. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Yeah. The only. Yeah. Well, you still have to have it in public. It's still illegal in public. No.
Never been.
Possessing, yeah, exactly. Or driving and they can prove they're under the influence. Arizona is the most archaic violence. You take a fucking Tylenol in Arizona, you could be charging people. Yeah, because under the influence of Tylenol.
But drink, like literal alcoholic does not drive unless he's drunk and like has 3 DUIs and still has a license. And I'm like, how? How?
Just like, probably, I mean, who knows, but.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. But,
I'm very charismatic. You know what? What Ted does.
and the only times I've ever been pulled over frivolously, like, to the side of the road, both times I was walking. And one time I was black. My best friend, my brother. We're walking from the school. I live in a fucking kick-ass town, Bullhead City, up in the corner, right? Kick-ass town. And we're walking down the street, walking school let out. And fucking cops pull up, woo! And fucking. And my hands are like in my pocket, and I'm like, yeah, I'm like, what are you doing? You make us look guilty. Like, he's like, I don't give a shit. I didn't get, yeah, well, that's exactly what okay. So we don't have a bullhorn.
Gosh.
So then I'm like, whatever. I'm like, okay, fine. So they come over like, where you guys going? I said, what the fuck is this? He's like, he's not talking. He's not talking. He ain't talking. Yeah, he's not talking. He's like, where are you going? What crime are you suspecting us of? And I know it's all shit. They can't. My mom's in the legal field. So like I know what they can and can't ask and what they need to have to do. And so I'm like, business plan though, you know, it's my thing. Like suspecting a business. And they're like, well, teacher's car got keyed. You match the description. I'm like, we're in Bullhead fucking City. A 6'2" white guys. We're in Bullhead City. A 6'2" white guy.
Demuzio's argument and also Freeland's arguments. And my main kind of point to it is a simple one, which is that depending on which perspective you take on Demuzio's idea that horror in itself is immoral, or Freeland's that is a type of creation, destruction, and something sublime about it, that the participatory element of video games will take a different form for you depending on which perspective that you take. So another reason why I think it's relevant to talk about video games specifically is that, again, while there's been attention to films and books, the video game industry is a massive, massive industry that some figures have put as being larger than the film and sports industries combined, with some numbers that I've seen, which is wild. But also that with the presence of Let's Play videos and Twitch streaming, you don't need to buy a movie, read a book. You don't need to buy the game. You can simply just go online and watch it, no matter how old you are. There's no gatekeeping at all. So it's not a question that's just it's not just for those who own video games who enjoy them, but even for people's children, things like that. There's a moral question to it because it's something that affects society deeply. A lot of people participate. So I'll begin with Demuzio's compassion argument, which we've already heard, but just to kind of get it back in your minds. Demuzio makes an argument for the immorality of graphic horror with an argument of this form. Premise 1, compassion is something that we expect others to exhibit to us and to each other in the persuasion that the very existence of human suffering makes special demands on moral agents. Premise 2, any moral theory would agree to some degree that one should try to increase and maintain a compassionate stance towards suffering. 3, it's plausible to suggest that a spectator who manages to watch, in this case, because Demuzio was talking about films, a graphic horror film from beginning to end must at some point detach herself from the film's content and intentionally limit the degree to which she's affected by the simulations of extreme suffering she's exposed to. And premise 4, these films interfere with the viewer's cultivation of those compassionate attitudes and reactions, which are an essential part of moral life.
In conclusion, therefore, it's immoral to create or consume horror films because they inhibit and damage the viewer's capacity for compassion towards suffering, which is a generally understood moral point. So, if you accept this argument, then horror films, people enjoying them, creating them, things like that, should be a kind of red flag about the consumer's moral status. You should see something kind of wrong with the things that they enjoy. He argues that not only can this form of entertainment hinder our capacity for compassion, but Demuzio points out that often viewers associate themselves with killers. And as I stated before, that they find themselves rooting for the killer in some cases. Now, in video games, the participatory element adds something different in that not only are viewers, if you take Demuzio's point, not only are viewers accepting what's happening on the screen, in some way rooting for the creativity that's happening, but actually participating in the things happening on the screen. For example, there's a game called Dead by Daylight where 5 players play online, 4 of them victims, 1 killer. And classic horror films shenanigans ensue. One person chases them down, they'll attach them to meat hooks, classic horror film stuff. The issue here, if you accept Demuzio's argument, is that taking the kind of gamified element of it away, what it's doing is encouraging people to hunt and stalk each other for fun, as if it's like a pleasurable experience. I think that Demuzio would find something off about participating in such activities. I also think that he would find, or rather that if you accept his arguments, there's something more subtle even going on, in which not only are you associating yourself with the killer, but something damaging can be happening to your capacity for compassion by associating yourself with the victim. So there's in Resident Evil 7, for example, there's a scene, which I won't go into too much detail, that's slightly graphic, but there's a scene where you have to watch as your character's leg is removed. And then the evil character is across the room and they beckon you to come to them and they'll heal you and attach your leg, basically. Not only are players experiencing this from the first person perspective, but there's a sense in which they can desensitize themselves to the pain that is experienced from the first person. So in the case of films and books, you could say, oh, well, someone may be desensitized to violence because it's happening to someone else. But if they put themselves in the other person's shoes, they'll feel some kind of compassion for that. But one could argue that the first person element of horror video games even desensitizes the player to personal first person suffering. And therefore, there isn't even a place for them to find compassion there. Now, this is purely taking Demuzio's side. I think that if you accept his points, that the way you interpret the participatory element of video games is going to be colored by that you'll see it as a negative and something that's adding to the issue. There is another perspective, which is Cynthia Freeland's, which we have already heard. So I won't go too into detail with her arguments. But I think that if you take her perspective on graphic horror, in that there's something subversive about graphic horror films that allows us to process it and to caricature it, that the participatory element takes a more positive and creative public as opposed to an Freeland points out that humans are consciously curious about evil. They may not want it to occur, but its presence is strange and intriguing. The wild popularity of true crime documentaries is a clear example of this, that people go wild over these things. The commonly over-the-top and cartoon-like nature of violence in graphic horror allows it to be viewed as a kind of creative destruction. And she relates this creative destruction to the Nietzschean sublime, as we've heard. And specifically, I want to focus on she claims that Nietzsche considers the plots of tragedies optimistic because they testify to a basic human resilience, even in the face of an acknowledgement of evil and destruction. The audience who wants a Greek tragedy or horror film in this case might be disgusted by the violence and saddened to see it, but Freeland argues that there's something sublime about persisting in the face of creative and overwhelming evil. This Nietzschean sublime, I think, is related to video games and the creative process. Although players experience fear and disgust of some of the things they experience in horror games, they continue playing and enjoy the experience because they know it's possible to overcome the disturbing challenges before them. When the player finally escapes evil or defeats a difficult boss who's been tormented them throughout the game, they feel a sense of accomplishment and even power and justice over this evil that's been presented to them over and over again. And I think this is a unique feature of video games in that you're given agency to overcome evil that you're presented rather than viewing someone overcome it. Freeland also notes that horror films have an important feature that's interfilmic reference. Those who watch horror films regularly will notice references to other horror films throughout. And she says, thus, surprisingly, an element of aesthetic distance does figure into the appreciation of graphic, spectacular horror films, despite their orgies of destruction. The audience is not only interested in viewing graphic violence, they watch horror films for the creative wit and reference built into the film, and the experience of being a member of a group that understands those references. So in short, horror films don't just simply present evil and violence, but horror films create creative caricatures of evil, whose violent acts are laced with interfilmic reference. This happens also in video games. To come back to the example from Resident Evil where you have to watch as your leg is removed, and it's this horrible scene. It's horrific, yes, but also when this happens, your leg becomes an item in your inventory with a quaint description, your dismembered leg, maybe it can be reattached. And this detached, almost educational description of your own leg adds an element of comedy to a terrifying scene and references past games in which when you get an item, it goes into your inventory and the description tells you what to do with it. So you're given your own leg and it tells you what to do with it. You try and put it back on, basically. This comedic referential humor, combined with the aforementioned Nietzschean sublime, creates a sense of optimism and resilience in the face of terrible tragedy. In short, horror video games allow players the opportunity to adapt, persist, and even laugh at the evil before them. And I think it's important to know that Freeland doesn't directly tie her analysis of horror to the morality of horror. Rather, she appeals to the cultural and artistic value of horror and finds that there is more value in such things. So, for example, works like Nabokov's Lolita have terrible content. However, there's some kind of artistic merit to it of why it's taught, why it's appreciated. And it seems strange to claim that consuming art, which has artistic merit, would be immoral. This is because the artistic content has more worth to it. Yet when it comes to horror, the main feature often discussed is the presence of graphic violence. What Freeland argues, what Freeland's arguments attempt to describe is the value of horror films. They can expose an audience to images of horrific evil while providing the audience psychological means to subvert the evil and find optimism and human resilience. Video games specifically, I argue, give the audience personal agency to overcome evil. The players give an opportunity to adapt, learn from their experiences, process evil set before them. Video games as a medium often don't receive recognition for artistic culture value, nor often should they, but sometimes they can. But Freeland's arguments provide reasons for why horror video games can be interesting, at least in processing evil and finding ways to react to it. So, what are we to make of all this? Having discussed a bit of Demuzio, a bit of Freeland, I would argue that with Freeland, that enjoying horror films by extension, horror video games is not a sign of moral depravity. In fact, these games contain moral worth by providing players an opportunity to survive and overcome evils at before them. Horror video games terrify the player while encouraging them to keep trying and persisting through horrific encounters. By creatively overcoming evil, players experience a kind of Nietzschean sublime. They encounter some kind of overwhelming force and would elevate themselves to overcome it. Similarly, the referential and comedic elements of horror video games undermine the evil forces of horror. Experiencing pure fear could discourage the player, but wit and reference lighten the tone and encourage the player to keep moving forward. Rather than damage the player's ability to face evil or have compassion, horror video games provide a small way for people to experience what it is like to view, process, undermine, and defeat evil. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jacob. We're going to now hear from Anna on her work titled Defining a Musical Work. The art form, so integrated and normalized within human society that many do not consider the complexity of the existence of what we point as song. Songs, or musical works, are heard everywhere, and new ones are constantly being introduced to mankind ears. Distinguishing musical works from other melodic structures, however, is no simple task. What is a musical work, and how to navigate defining its unique nuance, variances within the system? Many have offered their own criteria in determining the distinctive identity of a musical work, including philosopher Joe Hutchinson, who asserted that a musical work consists of a sound structure and a conforming structure. He defines the sound structure as a series of sounds that form a melody, and the conforming structure as a series of way these sounds are to be performed at certain moments. Once both structures are established, a musical work is then indicated by the composer at the time of composition. The type of composition is a defining feature, as well as art. Since historical and cultural context played a large role in influencing song, language, genre, time signature, keys, and all other aspects of its sound. For this reason, he described a musical work as a sound structure as indicating the musical historical context. It is worth noting that Levinson, while forming this definition, is analyzing classical music and not the music in general terms. Even so, his claims can also be applied to the structure of pop music. From his frame of logic, it can be assumed that a music work is deemed independent once these two structures are determined by the composer, distinguishing the song from all other songs. While these parameters set by Levinson may seem well-defined at first, this definition is lacking rigidity in many ways. For instance, does a musical work remain the same even if it is performed by different people than those who performed the original? What if the performance does not include the same exact sound structure or performance structure? Regarding these questions, Theodore Grayson further establishes what a musical work is by explicating upon what it is not. He asserts that a musical work, specifically a rock music, must be one of three things: score, the performance, or the track. Firstly, he addresses the problem of whether the written musical score, which both establish the sound and the performance structure, is what encapsulates the definition of a musical work. His argument proceeds as follows. 1. If you Shakespeare in a children's version, you don't have that performance of forgery or different work. Then we can hear a Beethoven symphony without all the beats that provide the score, without having it as a forgery or a work. If we can hear a shortened version of the symphony, it's still counted as the same work. Then the text of the musical score is the notation of the work rather than the work itself. Thus, the text of a musical score is not the work itself.
extremely wide latitude of variation in identifying works. Because the performance itself is incapable of creating necessary guidelines for identification of musical works, it is insufficient in defining a musical work. Instead, the performance alone is instantiation or representation of the original work, whether poorly or greatly accomplished. With this in mind, we can conclude that Bracek is arguing that 1, the musical work is either the score or performance or the track. 2, it is not the score. 3, it is not the performance. Therefore, it is the track. This leads to the question, what is a musical track and how does it define a musical work? The Cambridge English Dictionary defines a track as one of several songs or pieces of music on a CD or other musical recording. Due to modern technological innovations, a track is no longer restricted to a singular physical object which contains the recording. Tracks can now be completely digitized and accessed on practically any computer device. Thus, according to Bracek's definition, a modern musical work would be defined by the recording of the original performance. One problem remains with Bracek's definition. As he mentioned previously, people consider a stage performance of a Shakespearean play to be the same work as the original, even if the actors change and the script is edited. In the same way, people identify songs as the same as the original despite there being singers, altered interpretation, or any lyrics. Thus, while the track may be what defines the original musical work, it does not establish what defines a musical work independent of the original track. A musical work is not the same as the original track. The term musical work is far more comprehensive than that. It includes a vast array of other versions, which will be discussed in detail later. Before we begin addressing the variety found in different versions of the song, let us discuss their key attributes, thinness and thickness. Stephen Davies distinguishes thick from thin by the number of specific notations and the details within the written score for the particular musical work. A work is relatively thin when it only relies on a few specifications, such as lyrics and a melody. For example, the work of a company's jingle, such as State Farm, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there, is quite thin because it only contains these elements. A thicker work would include more word-constitutive properties, like instrumentation and dynamics, as seen in orchestrations found in movie soundtracks, such as Lord of the Rings. Thinness and thickness are not just attributes that apply to the original work, but also versions such as covers. Davies expounds upon these attributes through the following examples of covers. 1. The cover of a musical work is thick when the artists try to match the original recording as closely as possible. 2. A cover of a musical work is thin when they interpret what is roughly represented on sheet music. 3. Thus, an original musical work simultaneously manifests two works, a detailed cover and a bare-bones interpreted cover. 4. If an original musical work simultaneously manifests two works, then covers can be thick or thin. 5. If covers can be thick or thin, then a musical work consists of both a thin song and a thick song. Therefore, a musical work consists of a thin song and a thick song. Here is another defining characteristic of a musical work. It does not fully determine the definition. Despite this fact, it is a key factor when discussing the complexity found within various types of versions of songs. Now, what is a version of a song? The Oxford Learner's Dictionary defines a version in reference to a musical work as a musical piece that is based on a particular musical work, but is in a different form, style, or language. Versions can also be referred to as imitations. Thus, versions can appear in many different forms. A cover is a remix. The song featured within a medley or a mashup. Even parodies can be versions of work. The musical work includes all of the song. While I make most often musical work, it is not limited to the original. In fact, often people name musical works. They reference the most famous or popular versions existing at a particular time and place. For instance, when someone talks about the song Respect, they are most likely referring to the well-known version performed by Aretha Franklin in 1967. This version, however, is not the original, but a cover of the 1965 single by Elvis Presley. Most commonly, the most widely known version of the song comes from in public memory. In these cases, the original versions are irrelevant when identifying the song. Thus, unlike Grace Plains, a musical work is not limited to the original track. Even
tracks in these versions do not completely define this term, for performance or version is not recorded and still be the same musical work. It must be clarified that a performance of a musical work is not the same as a version of a musical work. A performance is defined by a singular instance in which the song is being performed. You can perform the same version multiple times. A performance can be a version, but a version is not limited by a particular performance. For instance, a version of a song can be labeled as the live version. That would not make each individual live performance by that group or individual a different version. A performance widely known to be that version will only be such because it is well recorded and distributed for an audience to listen to. In summary, you can perform a version of a musical work, but a version may encompass multiple performances. Both performances and versions are still included in the identity of a musical work. Now, not all performances of a song are entirely composed of the musical work. Some performances may include a musical work that transition into a musical playing. A musical playing would include improvisation, such as those in jazz music that are inspired by the original work. Unfortunately, there's no distinct line between the version that includes creative additions and alterations and a musical playing which takes inspiration from the original and creates an entirely new musical work. These lie on a spectrum. It may depend on the individual identification determined by the topics. In discussing the nuance found in public identification, it brings to question the specific components that bring independent musical work. When Levinson refers to the sound structure, is this only limited to the melodic structure? If so, it would seem equivalent to the tunes in a poem that make a song start with the beginning. What should we make of key variations? The melody is not tied to the specific key, but thus not the same as a strict series of notes on a scale. The notes may change, but if the integrity of the basic melodic structure and order remains, it is still the same sound structure. Components such as instrumentation, vocalists, dynamics, phrasing, harmonies, and lyrics are all of flexibility due to the wide spectrum of various versions. Thus, a musical work is independent of all these components, and they do not determine whether a song is the same as the original. This complex and non-rigid nature of a musical work can be confusing when trying to pinpoint one song to another. For instance, sound structure alone is not enough to define a musical work. Consider the common practice of sampling in modern music. Anderson's song "Look What You Made Me Do" sampled the melody chorus of the song "I'm Too Sexy" by the band Right Says Red chorus of the chorus. This makes the two songs the same. Indeed, no. Musical works may share moments of similar, if not identical components such as lyrics, melodies, or chord progression, but this does not make them the same musical work. The song is composed of all these elements and much more, but it is not the amalgamation of these components which entirely defines musical work as separate. It needs some level of public or private identification and recognition as such. Identification and recognition as an independent musical work is essential in determining the boundaries and limits of a song. Sometimes it is necessary to determine that the version of the original is not entirely the musical work. For instance, what if an individual, as Grace suggested, performs a musical work poorly, singing the notes flat without regard for the intended rhythm? Despite weakening the integrity of the work's structure, if those listening recognize the performance as an emulation of the original, then it is still the same work. For example, in 2019, the Rodgers and Hammerstein Company released a pop version of their song "Oh, a Beautiful Morning" from the famous musical Oklahoma. Despite having a completely different melody for its chorus, it is still considered a version of the original because of public identification and recognition search. Because the public and the composers considered to contain enough of the original material, despite the change in genre, dynamics, singer, instrumentation, and at times melody, it is still the same musical work as the one in the original music. Thus, identification and recognition are key aspects in defining the musical work. Throughout this analysis, it has become evident the many reasons why defining a musical work is no simple task. Even still, it seems Levinson came close to the truth of us. The sound structure is indeed an integral component of a musical work in its main ontological object. While it is far too thin to fully define an independent song, its existence is required to distinguish one work from another. The performance is also a factor in different versions of the original, in which the performers seek to emulate the original sound. However, the musical work's identity contingent upon that specific performance needs. Many individuals and groups have performed thinner covers of versions in quite drastically different ways. Than the original. Sometimes even changing the genre features completely without performing the different musical together. Perhaps one of the many wonderful aspects of a music work is its independent yet boundless nature. Its creator may have brought it into the public musical consciousness, but once it is introduced into the world, it is not dependent upon that creator. The song itself, as an entity, is ontologically separate from both its creator and future interpreter. Besides logistical and legal elements of copyright ownership, no one can ever truly own a music. No one can stop another from humming the tune and playing it inside their mind as they go about their day. It can live on far longer than its creator and evolve over time with new musical historical content. As new words become popular and previously impactful interpretations fade into obscurity. Once the public has access to it, the song can be shared and enjoyed by all. Thank you so much, Anna. Nicholas is now going to conclude this portion of the conference by presenting on his work titled "Is Time Real?"
Slides. Oh, sorry. Everyone else didn't.
Hello, guys. My name is Nick. I'll be presenting on our series of time that appears in teachers. Four major views of this time, and I will be presenting about McTaggart's paper on the unreality of time, and I'll also be basically just reading mine, so I can move them down along. McTaggart provides two arguments to explain why the A series is inconsistent, and Smith updates both these arguments. I will be providing a condensed version of these arguments and focusing on a time, which is time that we. Thank you. So while I plan to focus on the A theory of time, we first need to understand McTaggart's distinction between the A series and B series. The A series classifies events in terms of past, present, and future, while the B series classifies events in terms of earlier than, simultaneous with, and later than. The A series uses the present, the objective now, to distinguish between past and present events. The B series has no objective now. McTaggart makes the arguments that neither the A series nor the B series accounts of time can be the correct account. From this, he reasons that time is unreal. His claims are supported by his argument, which is.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Premise one, time only exists if there is change. Premise two, if time exists, then it is accounted for by either the A series or the B series. Premise three, the B series cannot account for genuine change. Thus, the B series cannot be the correct account of time. If A series involves an inconsistency, then it cannot be the correct account of time. The A series involves an inconsistency. Thus, the A series cannot be the correct account of time. Therefore, time does not exist, says McTaggart. My paper will focus on points 5 of 8 of McTaggart's argument on the claim that the A theory of time is inconsistent. But first, looking at the B series of time, the B series is like the film that makes up a movie. The movie consists of one photograph after another. One photograph does not become another. Rather, each such moment would have its own place in the B series. That the B series indicates these permanent relations of events. If this were the case, then no such event could cease to be or begin to be itself, since it never ceases to have its place in the B series, says McTaggart. To McTaggart, this shows that there would be no possibility for one event to change into another. An example, if M is to change into N, then there must be a moment where M ceases to be M and becomes N, a moment in which N begins to exist. However, the permanence of these moments in the B series of time does not allow for this. Therefore, it does not allow for change. If the B series of time does not allow for change, then it cannot be a true theory of time, as time only exists if there is change. After McTaggart rejects the B series, he turns his attention to the A series. The A series can account for change when we look at an event. It'll start as a future event, change into a present event, and then change into a past event. He concludes that this change is only a change of the characteristics imparted by the presence in the A series. To McTaggart, this kind of time is essential to the nature of time. However, McTaggart argues that there's a contradiction in the A series. It is inconsistent. Next slide. He provides two arguments, the vicious circle and the vicious infinite arguments. The vicious infinite regress is a more sophisticated version of the vicious circle. To understand the vicious circle, we must first understand the qualities of past, present, or we must first understand that the qualities of past, present, and future are incompatible determinations. To be compatible determination, the event must be in the present, or in the past, or in the future. It cannot have more than one of these qualities. The problem is for the A series, every event has all three of these qualities. This is because the event in question is present in the present, future in the past, and past in the future. This is a little bit of a tongue twister. So let me use an example to help you explain. If I'm writing this paper on Sunday, November 14th at 5 p.m., it is being written in the present. Yesterday, this event is a future event, and tomorrow, this event is a past event. This means that the event of writing my paper has the qualities of being in the past, in the future, and in the present. This is a contradiction, proving that the qualities of past, present, and future are incompatible determinations. However, proponents of the A series have an obvious rebuttal. They say that these proponents are successively applied to an event. The event is future, then past, or then present, then past. No one claims that it is all three. McTaggart says this is a poor rebuttal due to the fact that it consists of a vicious cycle. This vicious cycle being how the A series assumes the existence of time in order to explain time. Sorry. This is the vicious circle that the A series is covered. A presupposition in order to be able to account for the A series of time. Furthermore, the problem of the vicious cycle can be explained as or presented as the vicious infinite regressive graph. If we avoid incompatibility of the three characteristics by asserting that M is present, has been future, and will be past, we are conducting a second A series within which the first falls. This leads to incompatibility because the predicates was past and will be future are incompatible systemic. To avoid incompatibility, we create more temporal predicates. We create another series. This series will include properties that are incompatible. So we create a new A series within the A series. But at every stage, there will be incompatibility that can continue infinitely. McTaggart's distinction between the A series and B series has led to the A theory and B theory of time. Smith believed that we can distinguish between these two theories in terms of the following two questions. Question 1, is there an objective flow of time and an objective map? And question 2, are the past, present, and future equally great? The four major theories of time, block theory, moving spotlight theory, the growing block theory, and presentism, give different answers to these questions. Smith also suggests that we can picture each theory in terms of the block. The first theory is the block theory, the B theory of time. This view is depicted by a four-dimensional block that holds within it all events throughout all of space and time. This block holds all future events in it as well. The block theory now only makes sense in terms of particular reference, frame of reference. There are different frames of reference, though. For an example, of the B theory of time, consider the movie Arrival. Luis experiences events in any order, but we can figure out the order. If anyone doesn't know what Arrival is, it's about this girl who meets aliens and she learns the language because she's a very good language expert, and that causes her to experience time in a different way, and it doesn't happen linear anymore. So one event occurs before another, while another occurs after another. The past, present, future still no longer making sense. This theory is the only theory that has no objective now. That the now is not an objective point in time. Rather, now is simply whenever one is. This is the eternalist theory combined with the theory of time. The next theory that we will look at is the moving spotlight. This is the view that is similar to the block universe in one way, but different. The two views agree about the same four-dimensional block that encompasses all events throughout all space and time. However, the moving spotlight view holds that there is an objective now and an objective flow of now. This means that the picture of the block, depending on the time, will be filled up to that point by the wave of time. This wave of time is going to fill the four-dimensional block up until the point of the objective now, showing that the flow of time has already come, unable to move past the objective now, in order to keep filling up the block in the future. This is eternalism combined with A theory. Moving forward, the presentist view is the next view that we're looking at. This is a view that does not use a four-dimensional block to depict it. This view holds that only now exists. It uses a three-dimensional cross-section of the four-dimensional block to show that only now exists. This is because the only time that exists to the presentist is the objective now. At each new moment of the objective now, a new cross-section of the block is shown as the only thing that exists. And last, there is a growing block view. This view combines now and thenism with the A theory of time. This means that there is a four-dimensional block used to show time. However, the block is only drawn up until the point of the objective now. In other words, the past and present exist, but the future does not. So turning towards why the A theory of time is inconsistent. Smith, like many other philosophers, make a distinction between normal times and hypertime within the A series. We have previously seen Pythagoras try to prove the ways in which the A theory of time that uses normal time. Smith moves to update Pythagoras' argument against normal time. There are two important presuppositions that Pythagoras makes in his argument that Smith moves to. Normal time, that we ultimately have, the time ultimately cannot be simplified. There's only one temporal moment. And then question or presupposition two, we have a complete description of reality. These presuppositions are what lead Pythagoras to the inconsistency. We want to be able to say that events are past, present, and future. Smith then points out that if this is the case, every event can be described as past, present, and future, just like Pythagoras. This is because the year 1900 is present as to represent the fact that as of 1900 is present. The year 1900 is past, as of to represent the fact that as of 2000, 1900 is past. And the year 1900 is future as to represent the fact that as of 1800, 1900 is already established. Smith then makes another move to suggest that every event is objectively now, as to represent the fact that as of 1800, the 1800 was the objective now, as to represent the fact that as of 1900, it was present. And as to represent 2000 is now because of the fact that as of 2000 it was present. This may not seem possible to many people in this crowd, but Dummett suggests an example. He points out that we can give a complete description of the rock. And this rock, by the way, random piece of information, this rock is worth $800,000. So, likes it, then you have money. He points out that we can give a complete description of the rock, but we cannot privilege one perspective of this description. The description of what really is there, as it really is, must be independent of any particular view, says Dummett. This applies to the space-time diagram as well. Using this logic, we cannot privilege one time as the objective now. If we cannot privilege one time as the objective now, we cannot have the objective past, present, and future as we understand. When thinking about Smith's pictorial representation of time, the point that Dummett makes about the rock applies to these representations as well. The three A theories of time can all be incorporated into one four-dimensional space-time diagram to give a complete description just of the rock. The moving spotlight theory already accepts this. For the growing block theory, we could say that the space-time diagram is a picture of the universe as it's. For the presentist, we can combine all the cross-sections into one block. What we cannot do is incorporate all these representations of time into one space diagram and then privilege one perspective as the objective now. If we cannot privilege one time as the objective now, then we cannot have the objective past, present, and future. This is Smith's updated argument against the A theory of time. B series does not have this problem because the characteristics of past, present, and future are relative to where you are at time. For example, if I call my brother in Washington, D.C., he will tell me that 1:30 is already passed, while for me, it is present, implying that past and present are relative to where you are relative to. Moving forward. To avoid this inconsistency in them, the A theories can make two moves. Number one, they can reject space-time diagrams, but these are innocuous. The problem is not in combining the representations of time, it is privileging time as the objective. And option two, go back.
Oh.
One more. Oh, never mind. They can go to hypertime. Hypertime is a version of time where temporal moments can be divided, unlike normal. This means that when we look at time, it is not just one event, one time of the event, but two. We have this sort of picture, as you can see. T1 and T2 are hypermoments of T. This gives us two dimensions of time. One being the unique one of our normal times that is objectively distinguished. This time belongs to the objective now. This is not the only time, though. There is another time across here in that same moment, and a second time dimension. Smith describes this as God's. He cannot observe the hypermoments like a godlike creature could. This is the second time that hypertime. The reason this concept of time is brought up is due to the fact that it can avoid inconsistency. This is because instead of drawing normal time space-time diagrams, we can draw a hyper time space-time diagram. This is important because the theories no longer have to fit on the same space-time diagram as they are in different time dimensions. This leads to no contradictions. However, this view is not accepted by most of the theories. This is because there's a couple problems that are ontologically extravagant. One of these is that we would need a block moment for each moment of the hypertime. Why do we need a block moment for each moment of the hypertime? Because if we don't have a block moment for each moment of the hypertime, we collapse back into moment. We end up with inconsistencies, and we want to avoid this by having a block moment for each moment. Another problem is that it does not provide a phenomenological explanation for our experience of time. This is due to the fact that atheists argue there's an objective flow of time, a movement of time objectively through time, to provide an accurate explanation of this phenomenon. This is not the case for hypertime, which is a problem, and it makes it stupid. The last problem is that hypertime falls into infinite regress. This is because if there's an infinite now, then there must be an infinite, or if there's an objective now, there must be an objective hyper now. This hyper now also must flow through hypertime. If this is the case, in order to make sense of it, we would need a hyper now that flows through time. This can continue ad infinitum. It's represented by this picture and can go on. And then wrapping this up, this means that not only can the normal times of A theory not be justified, but the hyper times of A theory cannot be justified either. This means that this theory of time cannot be justified. The argument that Smith gives can be seen below. Thank you. Premise 1, if we can justify A theory, then it must be in terms of normal time or hypertime. Premise 2, normal time is inconsistent. If normal time is inconsistent, then we cannot use it to justify the A theory. Hypertime leads to an infinite regress. If hypertime leads to infinite regress, it cannot be justified. Thus, A theory cannot be justified. In conclusion, Smith seems to accept the B theory of time, but in this paper, he did not justify it as his focus was on A theory of time. And I will let you guys decide which version of time you like better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nicholas. So that concludes this part of the conference. Thank you to all the students who presented. You guys all did so well. Proud of yourselves. I can't thank you enough for being part of the conference. So we're going to take a break until 2 o'clock for Professor Burge's keynote address. So if you guys want to leave and then come back, just come back by 2, or you can chill in here. Also, there's food for anybody that just got here. Chick-fil-A catered in the back. Thank you all for coming.
shining on the plant from direction D. Because first, instances of a plant's growing in direction D statistically correlate significantly with instances of the sun shining on the plant from direction D. Second, instances of the sun shining from direction D cause instances of the plant's growing in direction D. And third, these circumstances are functional for the plant. They contribute to the plant's fitness to reproduce. So on this notion of state of growing in direction D represents the direction of the sun. Yeah, I say there's nothing wrong with saying this as long as one's clear that this notion of representation, which I call information registration, is different from the psychological notion that I'm mainly concerned with. Information registration is an important phenomenon in the biological world. Many functional explanations in psychology and biology use the term representation in the sense of information registration. But clearly, information registration is not a distinctive psychological or mental phenomenon. It applies to plants, it even applies to water pumps. Unless one is careful, it's easy to confuse information registration with representation in the sense in which representation is a sufficient condition of mind. Some talk in science and philosophy shows such confusion. Some, mainly philosophers, have tried to reduce distinctively psychological phenomena of representation to information registration. I will not discuss these reductionist projects. I think them dead ends. Here I simply note that the distinction needs to be made. The other use of the term representation, use that I center on, applies to a distinctively psychological or mental activity or capacity. It is a capacity to have veridicality conditions as an aspect of capacity's basic nature. Veridicality conditions are conditions that constitute standards for being accurate or inaccurate, or for being true or false. For example, a belief has a truth condition. The condition is either fulfilled or not fulfilled by the belief subject matter, thereby rendering the belief true or false. Having a veridicality condition is an aspect of capacity's basic nature, shows up in whether appeal to the state's having the veridicality condition is cited in serious causal explanation, especially in science. Thus, although one can say that a plant represents the sun as shining from direction D and is in a veridical state, if and only if the sun shines from direction D, no serious causal explanation in botany needs to or actually does appeal to veridicality conditions, giving a causal explanation that plant's growth. The functional success of the plant in growing toward the sun should not be confused with success in representing the sun's direction in the sense of represent that I'm interested in here, that I just explained. Okay, I really think in a way this is the most important single thing to learn from this paper. If you didn't know it already, learning that these are two different notions of representation. They're thrown around in science a lot, especially in the literature of reported science. It's very sort of sexy to say plants and trees represent things and they communicate and so on. It's sexy because because it sounds, well, it's really interesting stuff out there. It's psychology and so on. It's not sober thinking to think that way. So, and I'm trying to help you, give you some tools for distinguishing these two types of representation that will actually help you avoid romanticizing biology. The press is actually in love with this tendency, but it's not just the press. There are scientists and philosophers that run these two ideas together. I think as soon as one explains them, you see they're not the same notion. Water pumps don't have psychologists. You can fit this notion of information registration to water pumps, and to plants, and to bacteria. Essentially anything living has a function that there is some sort of sensitivity to the environment, which is captured in this notion, right? It's a type of representation. It's not a mentalistic or psychological type of representation. Okay, so in contrast to biology's causal explanation of plant growth, which does not appeal to any states with verticality conditions, vision science's causal explanation, the formation of perceptual states and their effects on the action, do appeal to states with verticality conditions, states that are accurate or inaccurate. This is how the states are actually identified and individuated in the science. And the causal laws, causal explanations refer to the states in these terms, in great contrast to the practice of, say, botany. In fact, psychological states are identified by their verticality conditions in the science. This contrast between botany and perceptual psychology marks in science the distinction between information registration and representation. I'm going to focus on representation in my sense, the second sense, the sense that a state of capacity is representational if, via its basic nature, it has verticality conditions or contributes to verticality conditions. The distinction between these two phenomena is important for our map. States, like those of the planet, that informationally register certain circumstances in the world, but they do not have verticality conditions, are not part of representational mind, although they play an important role in understanding representational mind. Perceptual states that have accuracy conditions, as well as informational registration capacity, are the most primitive types of mental representational states. This distinction between non-perceptual information registration and perceptual representation causal explanation hinges empirically on the fact that perceptual representations enter into what are called in the science perceptual constancies. Perceptual constancies are sensory capacities to represent a single particular or attribute property as that particular or property, despite significant variations in proximal stimulation. Proximal stimulation is the stimulation just as it hits the receptors for vision. The main type of proximal stimulation is the light array, just as it hits the retinal sensors. Perceptual constancy is the capacity to produce any of a set of interrelated perceptual states. The potential states that the constancy can produce are interrelated in that they all represent a given attribute or particular. for example, and may all represent a given shape or a given distance with respect to a viewer. The states differ from one another, so perceptual constancy is an array or a system of states, actually. The states differ in that each is the product of a different type of proximal stimulus, where differences can be substantial. As I said, the proximal stimulus is a stimulus that immediately hits the sensory receptors. Okay, so in a perceptual constancy, the visual stimulus can vary quite dramatically, and the perceptual system can still represent a specific property as the property that it is. For example, our visual system can represent a circular surface as circular, regardless of whether the circle faces us head on or is tilted, so that it casts some elliptical silhouette on our retina. Similarly, our visual system can represent things as being a specific distance, regardless of what sort of thing is at that distance. And similarly for color, you can represent it with color, even though very different light is shown on the surface with that color. Visual. Not a matter of intellectual thinking or anything. The visual system just does this. Okay, there are many perceptual constancies. There are perceptual constancies for size. So, for example, if there's something way far away, at least within some limits, and for close by, if it's close by, the size of the impact on the retina will be very large. The amount of the visual field taken up by the object will be very large. If the object's close by, if the object's much farther away, it will make a very small impact on the retina, but the visual system can determine what size the thing is, whether it's close by or far away. There are perceptual constancies for size, shape, color, speed, distance, ordinal depth, duration, and so on. There are also object constancies that can track an object, even though it may change shape, color, position, and even go out of view. A wide range of animals, from humans to bees and spiders, have visual perceptual constancies. There are perceptual constancies also for hearing, touch, and proprioception, as well as vision. Proprioception is the system, the sensory system that determines the disposition of parts of our bodies. So we can tell sensorily whether we are upside down or not, or we can tell without looking whether your arm is raised above your head or not. Some of those sensory states are perceptual. So there's a proprioceptual system that's essentially a perceptual system for the parts of one's own body. What is philosophically striking about perceptual constancies and what science uses in finding them is that they're products of what I call objectification. Objectification is a process of systematic separation of stimulus effects that are primarily indicative of features of the proximal stimulus from stimulus effects that are primarily indicative of distal features in the environment. Primarily indicative means just correlates well with. For example, an objectification process will distinguish what is a short, straight edge in the light array. So just imagine the light array, and an edge is a line where there's a sharp change from relatively dark light to relatively light. light along that edge. So it's just a feature of the pattern of light striking the rest. Okay, so an example of an objectification process will distinguish a short edge light array that strikes the red from effects indicative of long, which because the edge of light array and it proceeds sharply in 3D space. So imagine volumes of the light array is a two-dimensional surface, basically, as it hits the eye. All right, so imagine a little line of the sort that I indicated there is light array. That line may have come from a long line projected backwards in 3D space, right? But look, the effect of a long line in 3D space would be the same as the effect of a short line right up against red, right? So objectification will, an example of objectification is distinguishing that short line in the light array from a longer line, let's say on the edge of a surface in 3D space. Right? Vision science tracks such objectification processes. They are marks of perceptual constancies in the sequence of processing the visual system. Some states are more indicative, that is, they correlate better with general features of the retinal image. Others are more indicative of features of the distal environment. Beyond these proximal stimulus, perceptual constancies are discovered empirically via this distinction. Perceptual constancies mark the most primitive representation capacities. I think they're the central mark of perception. What environmental attributes are represented in perception is distinct from represented in perception is distinct from perception combined with higher level capacities like thought. We're still learning. In the order of processing, the earliest visual representations are of lightness as just achromatic spectrum of light, colors, edge boundaries, shapes, sizes, spatial relations like ordinal depth or distance, or orientation, or to the left of from here, and temporal relations like temporal duration. These properties and relations are attributed to surfaces, to 3D bodies, or other 3D objects, and to events. These points are well established. Such representations occur in the perceptual systems of animals as simple as bees and spiders, as well as in the perceptual systems of birds and mammals, including humans. Perceptual representation of these environmental attributes does not depend on background knowledge or on thought or on anything on perceptual capacities. Such perception is explained in science purely by reference to automatic processing in perceptual systems. It is likely, but not as firmly established, that other relations that are not relative to viewers, such as distance from here, that's relative to the viewer. Probably other relations not relative to viewers are perceptually represented. For example, some perceptual systems probably form perceptions that attribute simple causal relations, and perceptions that attribute actions with targets as distinguished from mere movements. And perception probably represents functional properties such as food, prey, predator, danger, bait, nest, and so on. I've been discussing what the states in the visual system represent, and more broadly, what perceptual states represent. Of course, animals perceive, but their perceiving is explained by reference to processes in their perceptual systems. Products of perceptual systems are perceptual states that perceptually pick out particular entities and attribute properties or kinds, relations to them. These are the perceptual states that represent what animals perceive. Successful perception is perceptual states being appropriately caused by the entities that they function to represent, and the perceived entities having the attributes of perceptual states represent those having. Perceptual systems occupy a large and central place in the map that I'm drawing, believe it or not. I shall have more to say about systems. I want first to highlight two philosophically interesting features of the perceptual states generated in perceptual systems. One is that they're more picture-like or map-like than sentence-like. That is, the form and function representation capacities exercised in perceptual systems is more like the form and function of a realist picture than like the sentence. The form of perceptual state is like that of a noun phrase, I think, governed by a context-dependent demonstrative or mini-demonstrative. So a form of perception, a logical form of perception is something like that red body, right? Rather than that is a red body. That is a red body is a sentence. That red body is a noun phrase. There are no noun phrases in perception. Perception is not linguistic, but the form and function of perception is identical with that of a noun phrase. I think it's no accident that noun phrases get their form and function fundamentally from perception. And I think the noun phrase is the logical form of maps and pictures. Okay, that sounds very abstract. Just go with me a little bit on this. Okay, this structure contrasts with propositional structure of declarative sentences. States in the higher capacities of mind, like beliefs or decisions, are propositions. Propositions, so they have a sentence-like structure, whether or not they're actually involved sentences, their form and function is proposition. Propositional structure is more complex than noun phrase like structure. It contains a main verb phrase that has no counterpart in noun phrase like structure. The main verb phrase functions to attribute, like attributives in perceptual states, but unlike perceptual attributives, it does not function to serve picking out anything. Its function is purely attribution. So you say that that body is red. The attributed body helps the demonstrative pick out a body. But these formally, the predicate, the main verb phrase is red. It's not playing that role. It's just attributing red to something independently of that. Right? The empirical basis for taking perceptual states to be noun phrase-like rather than proposition is their formation and operation in psychology can be explained in terms of the simpler structure. The field of propositional structure adds nothing to explanation of the way perceptual states operate. So in the spirit of Occam's razor, propositional structure is rejected in explanations of perceptual formation by mainstream psychologists. There are also empirical reasons why a noun phrase like picture-like, map-like structure is taken to be the structure of perceptual representation. For example, perceptual tracking is well modeled by changes on a map. Imagine this sort of experiment. You're shown a picture of tangled lines, right? Each line has two endpoints. So there are a bunch of lines here, but they're crossing one another, all right? There are two dots in the picture. Each one is on the line. And you're asked to determine as quickly as you can whether the two dots are on the same line. All right? You can imagine this would take a little searching to get it right. Right? The interesting result is that the time it takes to determine that two dots are on the same line is proportionate to the distance between the two dots on the line. Right? That result would not be predicted if the perception were a set of propositions. It's naturally predicted if you take the visual system to be, in effect, searching by tracing a line on the map. In fact, that's what widely taken to be what's going on. So such results strongly suggest that visual search is carried out on a geometrically laid out map. This picture-like, map-like structure typifies all known perceptual states. One of the key characteristics of the lower representational mind. It shows up in other areas of the lower representational mind besides perception, other areas I will get to. Notably, although the idea that the format of perception is picture-like is quite intuitive, I think that's what most of us would guess is the case. That idea became established in science not through intuition or introspection. In fact, there was a respectable, definitely minority vision scientists and a coalition who maintained that, in fact, vision and imagination were coded in propositions. That view is not even footnoted in modern vision science. And it's regarded as a kind of outlier view. Still famous among philosophers, but it's not famous among vision scientists anymore. This map-like modeling became standard because modeling perception in picture-like ways paid dividends in its explanation. This fact exemplifies an important methodological point. Accounting for perceptual data dominates introspection in determining the nature of mental states. This is as it should be, because most of what goes on in our minds is too fast, too complex, or too unconscious to allow introspection to carry more than very modest weight in determining how the mind works. Second interesting philosophical interesting feature for representational mind is that representation occurs at several levels of abstraction. It's long been thought that what distinguishes perception from thought or intellection is that perception is concrete and intellection is abstract. This idea is basic to the empiricist philosophies of Locke and Hume. It is still prominent in parts of psychology other than perceptual psychology. This idea goes naturally with the correct idea that perception is picture-like. Pictures seem to represent in very concrete ways. A picture uses a specific shade of red to represent the color of cloth, uses very specific shapes to represent the shapes of objects. Pictures do not seem to characterize something as red or colored, only as being a very specific shade of color. And similarly for shapes. But be careful. The idea that perception is distinguished from intellection, being more concrete, is much too simple. Perceptual attributives are types of perceptual capacity. Attributives group particulars as being instances of attribute types. Here as in language and in thought, representational capacities are determined to be the capacities they are by use. That is, the distinctions and groupings that perceptual states actually effect the life or inherited capacities of the perceiver determine what the perceptual capacities are. Hence, the environmental types that the perceiver system represents. Groupings serve many needs and purposes in the lives of perceivers. For example, it is likely to be useful for an animal not only to be able to distinguish the most specific shade of yellow that the animal's eyes can distinguish. It would be useful to group that shade with other shades of yellow because they are all associated with specific edible fruit, let's say a banana, and because the grouping speeds action and improves memory. Moreover, even more abstractly, any animal's perceptual system can distinguish color from shape or size. So I think there's an attributive or distinguish three levels of abstraction. There's the most concrete yellow that's represented. There's the band of shades, which is probably yellow. And there's probably others like lighter colors may be useful to group together for certain purposes. And I think even color is automatically grouped by the visual system. So since I think these are attributes of capacity, not words, given that a visual system has a capacity to systematically distinguish color from other properties, I think it's correct to say that the visual system has an attributive for color. So from the most concrete shade of yellow all the way up to color, I think are attributed in visual perception. Representations of size and shape come in similarly varied levels of abstraction. So perceptual attributes can be very abstract or generic, as well as very concrete or specific. The same goes for conceptual grouping. It can be concrete and specific, as well as abstract and generic. What makes a concept is being a repeatable capacity that constitutively functions to contribute to a propositional structure. That's virtually a definition. Concepts and perceptual beliefs can be just as concrete as the most specific perceptual attributes. Or perceptual attributes can be incorporated into propositional structure, thereby become representational vehicles of concepts. What makes a concept is its use and its function, not its format or level of abstraction. Think about looking at a very specific color shade and reasoning about how it would fit, how that shade would fit in a room with another color shade. Obviously, you're using a representation of a very concrete color shade in propositional reasoning. That's a sign you've got a concept for the color shade. Or think of using a picture so as to incorporate it into a sentence. Of course, concepts can also be as abstract and generic as the concept of color or shape, matching the abstraction of any perceptual attribute. And of course, concepts can apply to things that perceptual attributes cannot, because perceptual attributes are limited to representing things that are sensorily discernible. We have concepts for numbers, marks, economic trends, which there are no perceptual attributes. So in that respect, concepts can be more abstract or abstract in a different way from perceptual attributes. But within the domain of perception, it seems to me that the levels of abstraction pretty much match one another. The key point is that both perceptual attributes That is, when you see something as red, the attributive is red. Right? Both perceptual attributes and concepts occur along a large scale from concretion to abstraction. The nature of perceptual or conceptual representation is determined by its use, not by introspection. The empiricist idea that perceptual attributes are concrete and conceptual ones are abstract derives from trying to map the mind by introspection and by rather offhand thinking, rather than by considering representational capacity, function, and use. Here, a less overstated version of Wittgenstein's mantra, meaning is use, is a good antidote. Now, let me sketch some basic facts about perceptual systems. Such systems take input from specialized sensors and stages. Processing is computation in the sense that a given certain kind of input at any stage easily produces a given output. The processing is automatic and you have an input into a stage of processing. The output is automatic. The output is input for further stages until a final perceptual state is produced. The process includes aspects of the initial stimulation that are relevant to navigating the environment. The processing follows the arc of objectification. The processing eventually produces perceptual states that are members of perceptual consciousness. And that's first point. Speed of computational processing is amazing. I've been fascinated with this myself. Perceptual states in the human visual system are produced in just over 1/20th of a second from the time when the light hits the retina. 60%. Those states are sketched up with little are conscious, final perceptual states, details filled in the next 1/3 of a second. Such fillings in, some fillings in, by inputs from perceptual memory and from perceptual attention. Production of perceptual states, however, does not depend on the supplements from perceptual memory or perceptual attention. In fact, the first states that are produced depend on neither. Much less do the perceptual states depend on supplements from thought. Except for low-level adaptations and low-level learning, perceptual output from a given type of stimulus input is similar across all members of a given species. What and how you see is very like what and how I see. We discussed in the question period on the ordinary view, we compare different backgrounds, so we see things differently. I think this is true, but it's not scientifically true. So seeing their mixes, thought and perception, what's being expressed, I think is correct. But strictly speaking, perceptual systems don't depend on background knowledge or background thought. Most known visual perceptual systems produce perceptual categorization very fast. Perceptual categorization is a perceptual attribution that represents a kind that is a central locus for further attributed properties. For example, very primitive type of categorization is a body. A body, in this sense, is any entity with a continuous power boundary that has some solidity or integrity of shape. So a cloud does not count as a body, and a small pile of sand doesn't count as a body. But a rock, or a tree, or a human body all count as bodies. It is obvious why a body would be a central kind for primitive perception. Bodies are things that need to be navigated around and can be eaten or may be predators. Fastest categorizations, roughly 60 to 70 milliseconds from the time the stimulus hits, do not derive from shape representations that are specific to the perceived objects. Value of speed initially outweighs getting specific shape right. Microseconds later, a more specific shape is built in. So what's initially produced is the shape. The key issue is whether the shape has continuous out of body, and if there's supplementary information whether that continuous out of body out of boundary will tend to maintain itself over time. The perceptual system's capacity to produce perceptual states is the central capacity in lower representational mind. I explain this point in a moment, but first, again, I want to introduce another system, another lower representational mind. So first system, perception system. This other system is the perceptual motor system, or what I call the perception guided cognitive system. Now, action is older than representation. Simple organisms that lack perceptual systems act. They engage in endogenously caused movements like swimming or crawling, mating, eating, fleeing. For example, worms probably lack perceptual systems, but they certainly act. They crawl. If perceptual systems evolve, those systems guide action. Perception guided cognitive system generates action that is guided by perceptual states. Given that action is evolutionarily older than perception, pre-perceptual action is guided to targets by non-perceptual senses. Perception of because it contributes to making animals fit in their action. For example, visual perception provides much better ways of responding to action targets that are at a distance. The order of evolution of action is form-based and perception, but perception is basic and action in another way. I think that all the attributes, all the descriptors used in the perceptual guided cognitive are contributed by the perceptual system. Of course, motor commands of four-level analog decisions do not occur in perceptual systems. The function of perceptual system is just to produce states. The cognitive system determines how the perceptual states are used. But as far as I can see, all contributing to the cognitive system are perceptual. Think of perceptual attributes involved reaching for something by a being, reaching for a cup, for example. Reaching is guided primarily by vision and by proprioception. Perceptual system represents location and movement of one's body. The visual system represents action. Target object, say it represents the cup. And shape, orientation, the size of the cup. Proprioception system represents where one's hands are, the trajectory of their movement, the shaping of the hand and the fingers as they approach the cup. Cognitive system gets the hand started. Man is guided by the visual and perceptual proprioception systems. These perception systems provide feedback that produces new guidance during the reaching act. So there are very detailed studies of things like reaching for a cup. You start reaching and the cup moves. Even if the person is not aware of the movement, they pass later. You have a cup movement, often aware that it moves, but their reach will adjust in the movement. So this is explained by the fact that there's lots of feedback during after the initial command, start the reach going, right? There's feedback of how the trajectory is going and comparing that with the target, taking the cup. And this feedback is going on extremely fast. The point I want to emphasize, though, is all the descriptors that are going on in this process appear to be perception, either proprioception representations of the movements of the body, or visual representations of the target. Thus, various modalities of perception, in this case vision and proprioception, interact with the perception-guided cognitive system in enabling an animal to act effectively on its environment. These two systems, perceptual and cognitive, constitute, I think, the center of lower representational mind. So they occupy the largest area of our map. In fact, I think they occupy all the areas of the perceptual system provides representation capacity. The cognitive system generates the uses of these representation capacities. Go to 10. Good, we already did. Our map, however, is far from complete. A key part of the lower representation mind is that of satellite representation capacity. They're satellites, even though they're inside, most of them are inside the perception system. These serve perception and action in their own ways. I have in mind perceptual memory, short and long term. In fact, there are many types of short-term memory. Perceptual anticipation, perceptual affect. Affect is the lower level of emotion. So I think emotion is just terminology. Emotion is affect involving concepts or thought. So your emotion of anxiety over the Ukrainian war is surely higher representational affect. It involves concepts in a specific way, but there are lower level types of affect that don't depend on concepts. So I think probably the anger of agitation, loss, if you alter it, is a type of affect, but it's not, in my sense, emotion. It's not guided by any thought. It's guided by perception. Okay, so let's see. We've got memory, anticipation, perceptual affect, perceptual attention, perceptual learning, and perceptual imaging, agitation. All of these capacities figure in perception. But analogs of these capacities, higher level analogs, occur in upper representational mind. So one should think of each one of these capacities here on the third line as really being genuses. You've got two species, at least two species of each of those genuses. You've got the propositional level memory, for example, memory of your thinking, what you thought yesterday. And you have perceptual level memory, which is memory of a perception, right? I think these are different systems, they're closely related. Not only for memory, but for all the other cases. Anticipation, the higher level is what we think of as prediction, right? But lower level, I'll talk about that, is and not involve any kind of thought at all. Same with affect, which I talked about, attention, learning, imagination. So it's a good part of this map is think of these different capacities as being two leveled, at least two leveled, maybe more, right? You got the conceptual or propositional level, and you have the perceptual level for each of those capacities. I'm going to focus on the propositional level. Is this number 10 or is this
This is 10. You want to go to 11? It's 10.
It's 10.
That's 10. Good. All right. Go to 11.
Okay, you got it.
In fact, these capacities are often taken to be distinctive of cognition or higher representational mind. This tendency derives, I think, from simplistic thinking. The common idea is that perception and perception-guided conation are parts of lower representational mind because they're confined to the here and now. The other capacities are more removed from the here and now in their functions. For example, memory represents past matters. Anticipation represents matters in the future. Learning, like influence, builds on the past. And imagination is unspecific, whether it's here and now or somewhere else. These capacities are supposed to be cognitive because they're further removed from the here and now than perception is. This way of thinking is a close cousin to the empiricist view that perception is concrete and intellection is abstract. The idea in both cases is that perception concerns the most immediate concrete matters, whereas thought or intellection builds on that concretion and immediacy to produce representational models that provide a broader perspective than does perception. It does not take much reflection to recognize that this way of thinking is shallow and does little to illuminate the geography of the mind. Let's take short-term memory as an example. There are 5 or 6 known kinds of short-term visual perceptual memory. One kind is called sensory icon. A conscious species, what is called visual sensory memory. The sensory icon is an after-image type memory. It's only between a 10th of a second and a 5th of a second after you take the stimulation. Earlier, it was thought this type of memory depends entirely on persistence of firing by photoreceptors in neurons, the earliest stage of the visual process. There is, however, evidence that sensory icons can derive from binocular processing and contain stereoscopic depth representation. This type of memory sometimes contains perception of false detriment, not purely sensory registration image. The idea that this type of memory is a higher cognitive type of representation than perception is, I think, absurd on its face. A further type of short-term memory is what's called transsaccadic memory. Saccades are shifts of the eyes. Although saccades can be controlled by perceivers, they mostly occur automatically. In humans, foveal vision, vision at the center of the visual field, is vastly more precise than peripheral vision. One function of saccadic eye movement is to apply precise visual representation through the fovea, more of the scene, in quick succession, scanning for important environmental features. Human saccades occur about 3 times per second. And they last from 100 to a 20th of a second. During saccades, receivers are effectively blind. Transitotic memory retains a perceptual representation through the line saccade. It supports operations that prevent us from experiencing the world as blanking out during the saccades and from experiencing the world as moving. When it's not, even from our perspective, because the shifts of eyes are constantly changing. The operation of transitotic memory is so dependent for its content on perception, so integral to the workings of the visual system, so involved in kind of operation system, and so phylogenetically contemporary those primitive operations, that counting transitotic memory cognitive or conceptual on the ground that it's memory, not perception, would be hard to take seriously. Similar points apply to other types of short-term memory, including perceptual level working memory and even perceptual long-term memory. These are capacities that function to retain perceptual representation, retention, and the automatic mechanisms for selection that occur in these types of memory, and certainly not higher or sophisticated types of operation in perception itself. The main operations that occur in short-term, long-term perceptual memory are less sophisticated than in perception. Every perceptual system is associated with the conceptual memory system to observe its with observe the same perceptual content of the system with input, often excluding perceptual representation. But as it supports memory as a genus with a species that operates at the same representational level as perception. Before discussing other perceptual level satellite capacities, I pause to sketch the notion of representational level that I've been relying on that will help in understanding that development map of representation. Well, the perceptual level, I think, resides in 5 facts. First, derivatives employed in perceptual level capacities are perception. I predicted earlier that actual perceptual level combination, perceptual motor system, only perceptual driven, only from perception. That is to say, perceptual capacities are the only representation capacity perceptual level combination. My conjecture is right. The second fact is entailed by the first fact. Perceptual level not more complex or advanced representation function or representation structure and perceptual driven, or they just are perceptual driven. Third, the operations or transformations that these capacities enter into are not representationally, structurally, functionally more complex or more sophisticated than the operations that occur in perceptual processing. Often they're less sophisticated, often involving simple association or attention. So in every case, it's just attention, decay rates. Fourth, when perceptual level capacities interact with perceptual processing, the interaction is computationally integrated with purely perceptual processing. Fifth, normally, perceptual level capacities evolve in conjunction with perceptual systems, not after. Not afterwards. All these points apply to perceptual memory. All attributes in perceptual memory derive from the word. Or perceptual memory. All operations in perceptual memory, application, priming, perceptual learning, are not more sophisticated than operations in perceptual memory. Both attention from perception and supplemental feedback into perception from memory are computationally explained. That's the fourth edition in all types of perceptual memory with the probable So let's consider, I think I'll skip attention, so I'm running a bit slow here, but I'm going to move to anticipation. Skip attention for now. Talk, even in science, of anticipation often uses the term prediction. There's this theory of thoroughly non-mainstream and badly supported theory called predictive coding in perceptual processing. That term prediction is a come on, or let's make this exciting, because it looks sophisticated. The etymology of this term prediction strongly suggests that the term diction of propositional anticipation, but in fact, anticipation, like memory and attention, operates at different representational levels. And one of the levels is the perceptual level. I think that all known perceptual systems pair perceptual memory with perceptual anticipation. Visual perceptual level anticipatory representation represents visual format anticipating future situations. Perceptual anticipation is usually fed by perceptual memory. Perception and anticipation is crucial. Perceptual anticipation is crucial. Perception guided action. Often the anticipated situations are represented at some relatively specific duration forward from the present. I probably should have chosen a lower level example, but I'll just give you this one. A leopard can visually anticipate how a particular gazelle will look when it will emerge from a stand of trees and what its trajectory, speed, and position will be when the gazelle comes out behind the cover. They think that every anticipation is cognition, a science-like prediction of the future. Anticipation is the standard low-level confidence associated with perceptual level representational capacities. Okay, I'm not going to take the space here to make parallel points for learning, affect, and imagination. Suffice it to say that these genuses also come in different species, some of which are perceptual level. The map sketch for representational mind should include memory, attention, anticipation, learning, affect, and imagination as perceptual level capacities, using or operating on perceptual representations, and serving the perceptual system, and furthering perception-guided cognitive system. These satellites are parts of the perceptual system. 14. I conclude by addressing this question. What makes these systems systems? A popular answer 30 years ago appealed to a form of modularity. This is a contribution by Jerry Fowler. I think the way it's probably best contribution in psychology, the modularity of mind is well worth being not simple picture of mind. It's now 30 years out of date, but it explains the ways in which it is, but it's still a brilliant contribution. Okay, the idea was that the operation of these perceptual systems, perceptual system is always encapsulated, that is insulated from normal psychological effects coming from outside the system. Supporting this idea, cognition has no effects on perceptual process. It's true that perceptual processing does not depend on cognition, but in fact, laws. The idea that higher representational capacity cannot affect perceptual process turned out to be mistaken. I think not surprisingly so. For example, earlier, so I didn't indicate higher level of attention initiation can affect perceptual level process by triggering perceptual level initiation and attention. Notably, cognitive states are never influenced computational perceptual process. But they can affect the satellite, some of the satellite capacities, and the satellite capacities can affect the perceptual process. When the higher level capacities do affect perceptual process, affect the perception of the satellite capacity, I think we have no examples of direct effect of higher level capacities on perception. Always go through the attention. Okay. 15. Perceptual process is not caused encapsulated in high computation state. It doesn't appear to be causally computation encapsulated. Computation models of perceptual level processing take only perceptual level states as input and perceptual level states as output. The root reason for this fact is, I think, the range of sensitivities that propositional operations have, especially in induction, is vastly more complex than that of perceptual level operations. Too complex for present day computational model, at least, and perhaps too complex for across the board computational model of any sort. That's what Bowler thought is in principle impossible for induction to be computationalized. I don't think these arguments for this are very good, but empirically things still are about the same way they were when he wrote. So at the very least, there's a level jump in difficulty to try to computationalize all of this, opposed to computationalize understand computation perceptual level representation. It's 60. I am pretty close to finished here. Quite apart from computational encapsulation, perceptual level complex of representation systems centered in perception guided combination as a unit in function represent the world sensorily via applications of perceptual attributes, predictions, use that representation capacities underlying this function are distinct, showing things down phrase-like structure, map-like structure, that art capacity to pick out and causal relation to partly under characterization, essentially accessible properties of those particulars. Understanding representational kinds goes by the way of understanding capacities and their functions and forms. Introspection or armchair assumptions about perceptual kinds have provided distorted maps of more representational knowledge. Now, okay, so remarks about this. Yeah, hear me?
I got it.
Yeah. Up here at the top is upper representation. That's followed basically propositional attitudes and reflection on them. Right? That's upper representation. There may be, I have a question mark there, but there may be an intermediate region between upper representation mind and lower representation mind. It would be non-propositional, but in supra-perceptual states, that is, states that are above the level in the sense that I indicated of the states in lower representation mind. In the book, I found to publish all of this. I spend a half a chapter speculating on this intermediate region. I'm not going to talk about it much today. So perceptual system. We should think of that as consistent, at least of all the perceptual modalities. I think the known in humans, the known perceptual modalities are vision, touch, hearing, and perception, taste, and smell. They have some perceptual constancies. It's not really determined in the, I think it's disputed in both sciences, science of smell and science of taste. So I think they are likely to be non-perceptual sensory systems. That doesn't make them worse in any way. The taste system and actually both systems, taste and smell, are extremely complicated systems. But they don't show perceptual constancies, at least not prominently. So I think that they're probably non-perceptual systems, or if you like, dominantly non-perceptual systems. Maybe they have perceptual elements in them. I don't want to be dogmatic about this. I think it's an entirely empirical matter. But I'm going to say, for our purposes, there are 4 types of perceptual capacities: vision, touch, hearing, and proprioception. So all of those are kind of in this big group. The center of the perceptual system are the perceptual states, and the process that go from sensory input to the perceptual state. And these arrows are extremely foreshortened. There's just lots of stages here from the time that sensory inputs hit the surface, say for vision, the retinal sensors, the time the perceptual system states are produced. It's a really short time, but there's several stages in there. They're going parallel. So this is a terrible oversimplification of the 3 arrows there. There are lots of states intermediate between the sensory input and the perceptual state. To put perceptual states, they've got perceptual attributes that make like a descriptor, grid, square, or body. And the perceptual states also have a pointer. They're pointers. So that shape. Okay, so that's the center of the perceptual system. And it's computationally connected to the order perceptually guided alternatives, which also becomes perceptual attributes on conjecture. This system is different in that it commands something to get done, mainly movements to body, and this system is mainly representing what's out there. This system produces uses of these representations back or out. Then the satellites here, I've got the 6 satellites inside the perceptual system. That's a major difference from traditional views. Traditional views say memory is cognitive. In fact, there's psychologists going around saying this now, and philosophers. Memory is cognitive. So memory would be thrown out of the perceptual system and put up there and open representation mind. I think that's a silly way to think, actually. So part of what I'm doing is bringing these capacities at the perceptual level into the perceptual system. There's reason to think there's empirical because there's a computational relation between these guys, say, and memory, perceptual and back and forth. The same with learning, imagining, and acting. Right? So I think those are the main differences. The perceptual system is much richer than it's usually said to be. And these various 6 satellite capacities are on a different levels. Some of them are they're conceptual levels and they're cognitive levels. All right, I think I've said enough. Let me just sort of finish this off. Actually, I find this map, the richness and structure of this map, beautiful, much more. It's not beautiful. It's probably the world's worst drawer. Sort of somewhat suggests two lobes of the brain. I didn't mean that sort of directly, but there is something to that. The nervous system is in a different area, is supported in a different area of the brain, and the perceptual system, but they're mostly interconnected. Anyway, my drawing isn't beautiful, but I think the structure is beautiful. They mark the impressive perceptual mental powers that are widespread in the animal kingdom, from insects to humans. So I think just as perception has been estimated in its richness, so have animals, non-human animals, that underestimated the richness of their representation powers. So I suppose that's my main takeaway. Thank you for your.
Thank you, Professor Birch. We're probably just going to skip the break in between, just go right into the Q&A. I hand it off to you. So if you are with us virtually, please put your questions in the Q&A function. But if you're here in person, you can just raise your hand and watch will come.
Great. So I'll start with Sam and then thinking about questions you might want to raise.
Professor, thank you for the talk. I wanted to ask about perceptual distortions. So, for example, someone with tinnitus would, in a quiet room, perceive buzzing or ringing, even when there's nothing causing that. But at least in humans, that seems to have limited effect on our cognitive and computational mindset, or sort of cognitive processes. So, what sort of causes that distortion to be ignored, or is there a way that it can be accommodated within your system?
I don't know. I have massive tinnitus over the years. I know what you're talking about. My right ear is essentially down. It's the loud. The left ear is pretty damaged, but I can hear. Both of them are constantly ringing. You're right that I can tune it out. I'm not aware of it every moment. If I stop and think about it, I definitely hear it. When I wake up in the morning, I hear it, all that, but I don't feel like I'm hearing it all day long. How is that possible? I don't really know. It's a form of what's called noise. So noise is a technical term, and obviously noise in an ordinary sense, but it's a technical term, which means it's physical interference with the normal workings of the system, right? In any physical system, such as our visual system, there's going to be noise. It's part of the science to factor the noise in trying to explain how the system works. But the noise is an interference with the normal use of the system. I guess I'm not going to be able to give a deep answer to this, but we evolved to be able to cut through noise of all kinds. This is a very spectacular type of noise, but the ability of the system to adapt and cut through a lot of interference is just part of being good enough to work in this complicated world. I'm sure there's a neural explanation as to why my brain, my nervous system has to make noise when nothing is coming in. I resent it totally. I don't have any quiet in my life anymore, really. But I think that the general answer is we are very adaptive systems, and all kinds of physical interference can be overcome. Not every physical interference, of course, we all going to die eventually. But a lot of it can be adapted to, overcome, and cut through. And beyond that, I'm afraid I can't say anything further.
I was wondering if you had any thoughts on like the influence of one's language on how they perceive color. So I've heard in Japanese, for example, the words for blue and green are the same, or if not, or maybe similar. And then I've heard examples of like Amazonian tribes don't even have words for colors. And you talked about like three categories for how people characterize colors. I was wondering to what degree do you think one's language influences how they perceive color, or if that exists on an entirely separate level than language?
It's not like the entirely separate. I'm inclined, what I read in the research, their separation is nearer to the truth than total integration. So what I think the Japanese visual system, our visual system works essentially the same way. And as far as we're just getting around the world, we're going to move colors in the same way. But language cuts across, takes specific types of groupings as salient. Some languages take different groupings as salient. I'm not the deepest expert on color vision, but what I've read about it, my sense is that the correct answer, the Japanese, we see the world the same way, but how we're taught to map bands of shades on words is different. We can all see the same concrete, most concrete shades, and we can all make bands that our visual system probably thinks automatic bands. So we certain specific shapes together, say yellow or something like that. But primary colors are pretty universal group. But there are bands that cut across basic ones, and they are mapped differently in different languages. The rough way to think about this, as far as I know, very powerful. The visual systems are fundamentally similar, and the mapping of the visual bands and colors vary quite a lot in function. But I don't think there's good evidence to show that those different mappings fundamentally affect how we see. Good. Challenging question.
At the beginning of your talk, you said we don't know whether insects are conscious. But you also said we know that they perceive colors. But the paradigm of consciousness is marked by the question, what is it like to see red? So I find it incredible that insects could perceive colors, but not be conscious in the fundamental sense of there being something that it's like for that insect to see the color. For example, the bee seeing a red rose and being attracted to it. I find it's uncontroversial that the bee sees it as red, but you think it's controversial that the bee is conscious. How can that be?
Well, the whole perception is conscious. We know actually a lot of our perception is unconscious, so it's not a condition of perceiving and attributing that there is what it's like to do so. Perception, I think, is fundamentally a function category, whereas consciousness is what it's like. So what the bee see red is his behavior shows that he can track red flowers under lots of different lighting conditions. If you can do that, then there's strong evidence to believe perception and power. But separate question, life is all inside the bee. But yeah, and there are people that think consciousness is not good, but you don't think consciousness is essentially a representation or something like that. That can make sense if you're thinking representation in the information registration sense. Everything is information registers something in the animal world. But I agree, the fundamental paradigm of consciousness is something phenomenal. What it's like, I don't think we are able to describe this. Able in a terribly argued, but extremely insightful thing. I think captures this what is like idea that I think of life songs. But whether the bee can perceive depends on whether the bee system can respond to redness under lots of different proxies and than it can. I'm cool. No, they're not.
So I have a question about the characterization of a representation as something that's bound up with verticality, accuracy, and truth. I wonder why you chose accuracy and just an optimal feature, like accuracy, verticality, rather than just adequacy. There's a few reasons for this. It seems, for one, it wouldn't matter to an organism whether or not their representations are accurate. They just need to be good enough to get by, to survive. And I mean, you can say the same thing with belief. I mean, there is no such thing as truth at all. It's just good enough for some social purposes. So that's one reason. And another reason to wonder about the verticality condition is that I seem to understand the notion of accuracy in terms of my representations. But in accuracy, to be accurate is for your representations to match reality in the right sort of way. So then, if we're understanding representations in terms of verticality and verticality in terms of a matchup between representations and reality, then I don't really understand what representation is, at least in a non-circular sort of way. And the third reason is that it seems that there are representational states where it just doesn't matter, where verticality doesn't matter. I'm appreciating an afterimage, an orangey afterimage, so we could just give a talk. You showed me some interesting. Oh, so like I can appreciate. So the mental state of appreciation strikes me as a representational state that doesn't require any accuracy at all. I can appreciate an afterimage. I can appreciate a hallucination. And so in this case, it still seems that there's something weaker than accuracy going on in the characterization of representation. It has something to do with adequacy. It's more than information registration in that biological sense. But I don't want to go so far. I'm not sure I want to go so far as to say representations require outright accuracy rather than something a little weaker. So can you think of something weaker, or do you have something to compel? Yeah, okay, great.
Correct me on each one if I'm misrepresenting. So first point is, it doesn't really matter to the animal whether the states are accurate or not. What matters is whether the states help the animal survive. Well, in a sense, that's certainly true. The nature didn't select for accuracy. I think nature, not only the animals, but nature doesn't care about whether the states are accurate or not. So the driving force in evolution and the driving force in the lives of animals is usefulness for staying alive. For humans, maybe some noble purpose, but it usually have to do with real representation. But that does not show, I don't think it's the slightest argument saying that accuracy conditions or representation, in that sense, is not a central feature of the word. So the question is, can you explain things? Can you explain formation purpose? Can we explain how we are as accurate as we are about the work? And the social proximity. Answer: yes, we can in very rigorous ways. All right, that's interesting. I mean, it's not the same explanation as what makes the animals tick. Some impulse to survive is what makes them tick in a certain sense. But the fact that they've got active states certainly helps them to survive. Not in every case. Sometimes inaccurate states help you survive more than the accurate ones, and the other way around. The accurate can get you in real trouble sometimes. Being depressed, for example. Nevertheless, having accurate states certainly helped animals to survive. So it can contribute to understanding evolution. It's not the fundamental engine of evolution, but I think it's definitely there. And I think it's a wonderful thing that psychology can explain something that we care about so much. Scientists, we care about getting the truth. Well, here we've got at least the beginning of science in perception, getting things accurate. So I'm happy to allow that there's a lot more to accuracy in the world, but I don't want it to get pushed out. I think the naturalizing tendencies of philosophy in the 20th century, which mainly we're trying to explain away psychology. How turned out science some people like wine. Like you wrote when I was a graduate student, I learned about wine. He said follow science. He said psychology is, nothing. And it turns out he's wrong about the second point. I think he's right about the first point. Follow science. Let's see now. Okay, so all I want to emphasize is science really does describe states that are accurate and inaccurate. So we should pay attention. But of course, it's not the whole story. There's another story of how we work that goes beneath all that, and it's purely physical. See the second point.
There's a circularity.
Oh, the circularities. Yeah, we're not doing definitions here. I think they're nested concepts that are, I think, a priori connected to one another, and they're useful to bring in together. So, I agree. We understand representation in terms of accuracy, partly in terms of representation. That's fine. I think I can help you by explaining one in terms of the other, at least in some context, because if you think in terms of accuracy, you get all of this stuff about information registration. So I'm not too worried about the circularity point, because I'm not trying to give a definition. What's the third point?
The third one was being.
Supposition. Oh, yeah. So appreciation, supposition, imagination, right? Imagination is a capacity that it doesn't function to be accurate. In fact, playing around and making stuff up, it's got some cathartic, some practical value, but some imagination is either accurate or inaccurate. So even though it's not the main point of the state, it does set a condition. It doesn't fail. Imagination doesn't fail if it doesn't meet the condition. Belief fails. Perception fails. If there's a certain type of failure for belief and a certain type of failure for perception, if belief is untrue, perception is inaccurate, and that's not the case with supposition or imagination, lots of other states. I think that the understanding of the conditions that they have. So if I imagine, let's say, Ukraine overrunning Moscow tomorrow, I can imagine that. It's definitely not going to happen. It does me some good to imagine it, maybe something like that. But what is it to imagine something with bad content? I think the explanation of that does have to go back to what I call the committal states, like perception and belief. So I think they all have veridicality conditions, or appreciation of the veridicality condition doesn't much matter to the function of the state, whereas it does matter to the function of perception. Still, I think imagination and perception are united, and they can share a content which is either accurate or inaccurate. And I think ultimately the explanation of that has to go back through middle states. So it's a good set of challenges, but I hope I've got you on my side. I think I kind of accept every point you make, but I don't think it puts much of a dent in what I'm interested in here.
Thanks for your talk. It was really interesting. You pointed out a few places where introspection seems to steer us wrong in the study of mind. I was wondering if you could say a little bit about where you think introspection has its place in the study of mind.
It is used in a limited way in scientific experiments. So in experiments will ask the person, what do you see here? Is it black or white? And that person, in answering that question, has to introspect, not just see it, but think about what they see. Look inside. What's going on? Even from the beginning of psychology, so late 19th century, beginning of experimental psychology, introspective methods were regarded as tricky, and you got to be really careful with them and hitch them around. I think nearly every experiment that uses introspective methods in modern psychology has other checks that have to accord with what the reports are for the psychologists to say is evidence. So I'm definitely not totally hostile to introspection, but I think it's way overused still in philosophy. I mean, you went to Harvard, right, and studied with Searle, who's very intelligent, good analytic philosopher. Her method is mainly introspection. It's really rare about perception. You know too much about perception. So I'm a very strong advocate of let's wake up in philosophy and connect philosophy of perception to science. And science definitely does not exclude introspection, but it's evolution of each.
Thank you, Dr. Brewer. You were talking about bringing philosophy into science, and that just made me think of something. Not just with perceptual philosophy, so do you think we should be doing that with moral philosophy, maybe using statistics and other things, just rather than just introspection? Should we be using science within philosophy and other fields?
Yeah, my mantra here is something like, if you're a philosopher, and you're talking about something that science has something to say about it, I mean established science, then one should listen, at least you should take into account what science has to say. I don't think we should or can turn all philosophical subjects into scientific subjects. So I think studying moral theory through science is very questionable. I mean, the science that these experimental philosophers who do this kind of work are not relying on an independent science. They're doing their own little polling. And often the polling isn't very well controlled and so on. And further, people's opinions about moral matters are not always the best guide. Sometimes it's best to spend some time thinking hard about moral matters. Most people don't do that. So I would say the average moral system of the average person is, pretty good for most purposes, but it's not going to be a very good, precise guide. So I'm actually quite dubious about trying to make moral theory into a type of science. I think most of the work I've read is really second rate. The polling that's done, the argument from the polls back to the principles and so on. I don't say it's irrelevant. You might learn something. It might bring out that certain intuitions depend on a tradition of thinking hard, and maybe this tradition only occurs in certain parts of the world and hasn't occurred in others. That's worth knowing, but I think this is, what I'm doing is very different. I think I'm really doing a philosophy of science, because science tells you something about perception. I don't think there's any science of morality yet. Kant thought he produced one. He made some good contributions, but we don't, even now, we don't have a science of morality.
So if I understood you, you think that memory and attention are split level and can operate. Yeah, memory and attention, according to you, can operate at different levels. At the level of thought, for example, or at the level of perception.
Yeah.
And I think you also said that the abstract concrete distinction can also apply at different levels.
Yeah.
I wonder if you would be open to the logical connectives being applicable at different levels. Of course, we can think about not and if then and or in thought. Can we think about not, if then, and or in perception? There is anticipation. It seems to have an if then structure. If I turn my head, I'll see that thing. If there could be ambivalence in anticipation, I might see the green thing or I might see the red thing. There could be conjunction in perception, and there could be negation. One can perceive an absence. It can strike one that something is absent perceptually. So I'm trying to follow the pattern of split level applicability, but doing it with the logical connectives.
No, I'm resistant to that. The one that is closest is conjunction, but it's not propositional conjunction. So you can mount up attributes within a given percept. And if we thought about it logically, it would be an analog of all of them have got to apply, or else the whole thing is mistaken. I don't think that's strictly conjunction, though. Perception of absence, I think that's a misnomer. don't think we ever perceive something absent because perception has to be something that causes the perception. So every case of perceiving something up, I think I can take it to be anticipation of X and X is I don't think anticipation, you can understand any operation logically, of course. The question is whether the connected is actually in the state in some sense. I think it's just in this anticipation cases, or cases where you got this position there, and if this position to respond in a certain way, and if the input which would cause the response doesn't come in, then there's no action. But I can see that this has to be part of it and structure. It's basically a structure state. So the modifier stuff, there's some case to be paid. People have tried to make the case that you can survey and see that everything is such and such, or at least one such and such. I think the same sort of analysis used to show these aren't necessary descriptions. So my view is there's no logic in the logic is, but I won't be able to argue I discuss this in some detail. I thought I think there's such a thing as recognition. Yeah. So you've got a template and you're disposed to find the same thing again. And disappointed, but I don't think it's anything. Don't think it actually makes, for one reason, I think that it doesn't make any partitions. Everything is self-identical. And any two things are not identical. So it's not a useful discerning tool unless you're thinking very abstractly. Yeah.
It's environment, also status. There is a discernment.
So you don't represent property as you get it, and the system filters it out for properties that don't occupy. So, look in detail. These that's actually sure you, but I did try to think through. You got a disposition here.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Bird. Thank you to our audience members who asked questions. So we're going to close out the event. On behalf of the Philosophy Club, I want to thank everyone who contributed to the conference today. Without this event, or without you guys, this event would have never been made possible. Just a couple of thank yous. Of course, thank you, Professor Burge, for joining us. Another round of applause. So grateful to have had you. A thank you to Shippers, USG, and the Philosophy Department. The conference could have never been a successful event without you. Thank you to the ASU students who presented their papers earlier. Another round of applause to them. And thank you to Dr. Kovas, Dr. Watson, for all of your help and my amazing Philosophy Club team. In the back, yes. Sponsor Dr. Bolton. Today, we'll see you all next time. Thank you.